Good morning, everyone. Can we get started, please? To avoid delays in the day. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of this workshop. I think yesterday we had a really nice day. I'm going to recap very quickly some of the items that were covered yesterday. And then I'll walk you through the plan for today, inshallah. We talked initially, there was a small discussion at the beginning on the description of the importance of the grade system in the deliberations of a committee in general. This was before we even started our presentations. And we talked about the importance of transparency in the formulation of the guidelines. Also, there was a suggestion to have the evidence as an annex rather than in the body of the guidelines by Mehrnaz. But in general, we had an agreement on the importance of transparency, importantly, and the importance of the grade system, which we went into later on that day. We talked about the differences between a systemic review and a narrative review with a focus on Cochrane reviews, with their characteristics, such as having a clear PICO, being protocol refereed, being standardized, having explicit inclusion criteria, and systemic investigation of risk of bias and heterogeneity. We also talked about why systemic reviews are important and meta-analyses, why they are important. We talked about forest plots. This was extremely interesting, I think, for everyone. We talked about forest plots as displays of the summary of the results of a meta-analysis and the results of the individual studies. And we showed several examples of the forest plots, demonstrating the risk ratio, the confidence interval, and the weight of the study, and how they can be represented on a plot. We went into grade. We talked a lot about grading of recommendations, assessment, development, and evaluation, as an approach for formulating evidence-based recommendations through a transparent and systematic process. And we specifically talked about how important grade is in assessing the certainty of evidence. It's all about assessing the certainty of evidence and how it takes into consideration mainly imprecision and inconsistency. We saw the certainty going from a level of high to very low, or from very low to high. And we talked about when to downgrade based on the evidence. So 5 major reasons to downgrade: risk of bias, inconsistency, indirectness, imprecision, as well as others such as publication bias. We did some really nice work, group work on grade. We went into the evidence to decision framework by Dr. Arash, and he started by defining it as these frameworks and tables being aimed to support systematic decisions and decision-making for clinical and public health interventions. And they support the systematic and transparent use of evidence in the decision-making process. We also talked about construction of a typical ETD table with a question, criteria, and a conclusion. And the criteria being the factors that affect the decision. So for each criterion, we also had to provide judgment and research evidence and certain other considerations. We discussed in the second half of the day, we went into economic evaluation, which was very interesting. Edith, with the facilitation by Ahmed Khalifa, talked to us about the economic perspective of guideline development and economic evaluation as a structured and systematic framework encompassing a set of tools, methods, and techniques for gathering and processing standardized and quantitative data. She talked a lot, Edith, who's not with us here today, so she had to travel, but she talked a lot about economic evaluations not being the end point, very important point, but not being the end point of the guideline development process, and being a component of a larger system and outputs. I think also both Edith and Ahmed made it clear on several occasions that the economic component of the guideline is not just about money, but about many other factors, including quality of life and so on. There were 4 types that we were exposed to of economic evaluations: cost benefit, cost utility, cost effectiveness, and cost minimization, with the key differences being, we said, in the outcomes of the analyses. So whether it's, for example, monetary, or if it's in DALIs or QALIs. We also talked about the difference between the partial and a full economic evaluation, and we discussed the use of economic evaluations in the development and adaptation of the guidelines. We had this really nice plane, the cost effectiveness plane, with one axis being the cost, and the other axis being the effectiveness, and then you have 4 quadrants based on the cost and the effectiveness, and this was very important for determining the economic value or the economic significance of an intervention. We then went into a heated discussion on the economic element of a guideline and whether it should impact the decision-making process, whether it should impact the steps in the guideline. I'm not sure that we had a resolve to this, but we'll probably be continuing this throughout the day, and perhaps maybe for a long time. But I think the important point is that the economic impact is very important. It has to reflect on the guideline. So I think yesterday was a very fruitful day, and for today we will be starting with a session on using the evidence to decision framework for making guideline recommendations. We will talk in more details. This is all in the first half of the day, inshallah. We will talk about developing recommendations for guidelines. And in the second half, we'll be doing a really nice exercise on appraising an existing guideline. We'll be practicing appraisal using Agree2 tool. We'll be doing this on 3 of our national guidelines that have been recently revised. So this is going to be really important. So the output of this is going to be extremely important. And we're going to have some of the staff members who were involved actually in the development of these guidelines. So without further ado, if I can please ask Dr. Paul Garner to get us started on using evidence to decision framework for making guideline recommendations. Paul? Yeah, I was just reminded to announce that the middle 2 tables that are put close together are going to be used for the exercise during the appraisal. So if I can please ask you to leave them as free as possible so that we can use them in the middle of the day on for the exercise, for the group work. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that introduction, and I'm going to speak for maybe 5 or 10 minutes to discuss what's going to happen next. And so the clicker seems to have disappeared. So we talked about, we have talked about how you produce guidance and guidelines. We're at the moment talking mainly about clinical guidelines, but aspects of health policy could also be incorporated into this kind of decision making. And we talked about how the evidence, the systematic review of particularly evidence around effects, should be conducted by a critical appraisal of the body of research related to a particular question in a recommendation. And that was what we did yesterday with systematic reviews, and how we scientifically summarize a body of evidence, critically appraise it, and interpret the results of that synthesis in the light of the quality and certainty of that evidence. That's what we did yesterday. So what we're doing today is, certainly this morning and into the afternoon, is talking about the social process of the social process of drawing in experts and others in the development of the guidance, because people used to get evidence-based medicine wrong. They thought that it was systematic reviews that told a bunch of sort of Stalinist methodologists telling clinicians what to do, and that isn't the case. It's a question of developing a collective process by which you make better decisions. And my understanding is that in Egypt you want to move forward with this, and so today we're going to have the first evidence to decision-making panel in the country sitting in front of us here. So that's what we're going to do. That was a recap on the separation between the decision-making and the evidence. We did top bit is the evidence, bottom bit is the decision-making, and that's where we are today. Now, you probably can't see this very clearly, but you all have a copy of this in front of you. And one of the things we said yesterday, many people were bringing up different factors that are important in making a decision. And previously, in guideline panels, and still in guideline panels that aren't structured correctly, there are many things that need to be taken into account in making the decision. Now, of course, if you are an individual clinician, those factors are all computed consciously and subconsciously in all the fantastic neural networks you've got in your brain. But when you are making this transparent, explicit, based on evidence, then you need to do it as a group, and you need to have a structure around the factors that you are taking into account in these quite complicated decisions. So this is one particular framework that is widely used, the GRADE framework, and so the panel now will be looking at all the things in the column, the problem, the desirable effects, the undesirable effects, all around one consideration about whether organised inpatient care compared with general medical care should be recommended for stroke in Egypt. Okay? So, so please, and at the end of the day, the panel will make a recommendation. They are in a goldfish bowl at the front here, and we're very pleased to have had some volunteers. I think the volunteers are being called fingered volunteers. So please come and take your places at the table, and they will then go into role, and you can observe what they're doing. We've never done this before, so it's not a dress rehearsal exactly, but so they're going to carry it through, and they'll be in role, so that it's not for us to ask questions and comment, although it will be up to the methodologist to consider whether he wants to consult with people in the audience, but in a formal way within the panel. So we've got the panel chair, Nathan. I'd like to thank Nathan for doing this. Nathan has been appointed to this because he's from WHO, and they are never allowed to be chairs of panels. So we thought we'd give him the opportunity to they're always observers. And then we've got Noha on the systematic review team. Thank you very much, a qualified methodologist. And Ahmed is the economic advisor to the panel. There he is. Soya and Marianne and Mai and Amir are the panel members. So let's give them. So Right, I don't know how I turn this off, but over to Nathan to commence the proceedings.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Just I'm going to start with a brief time check. We're going to be running this panel until, is it 11 or is it later? Okay, so let's see how we go. So I've been introduced as the chair, and usually the way things run at at least for WHO guideline processes, is the chair is always sitting alongside the methodologist, because the chair's job is to try to keep things running on track and on time, and making sure that this, importantly, members of the panel are all free to express their views. As you can imagine, when you're developing a guideline, you have some very experienced clinical experts and researchers, prominent researchers in the field, and that can lead to, I'm not sure if they're going to play this role, but in a guideline process at WHO, it can lead to certain individuals being quite dominant and taking the floor and expressing their views in quite a strong way. And so the job of the chair is to make sure, because a lot of thought has been put into ensuring that the panel represents all the views that are needed to develop a good, trustworthy guideline. And so the job of the chair is to, respectfully, ensure that everyone's views are considered, and that there aren't any dominant views being put forward, and that people can all express their views. So the purpose of this guideline panel today is to look at the question whether the country should adopt mobile stroke teams versus a general medical ward for the management of stroke. So the population we're looking at is adults with acute stroke. The setting is a hospital. The intervention is mobile stroke team care, so that's the new approach that is being considered, and the comparator is general medical care wards, so that's what's normally being done. And we have a systematic review team who have looked at the evidence. We have other expertise on our panel, and we're going to eventually go through the evidence to decision-making table, looking at the various different criteria that we should be considering before finally formulating a recommendation. And the recommendation we make could first of all be for or against the new intervention. So the new intervention is a mobile stroke team. So we're going to decide, do we want to recommend a mobile stroke team, or do we want to stay with the standard of care, medical wards? There's a third option, which is to make no recommendation at all. But it's very rare that a guideline panel would make no recommendation, because if we've got this far, it's because we consider the intervention is worth considering. So we need to decide whether we're going to make a recommendation for or against the new intervention. And if we're going to make a recommendation in favour of the new recommendation of the new intervention, we then need to decide whether it's going to be a strong recommendation, one that is going to happen across the health system of the country, or a conditional recommendation, one that may happen in certain hospitals but not all hospitals. And if we make a conditional recommendation, we want to be able to say why, what the conditions are. Why would we do it in some hospitals but not in other hospitals? So that's the task we have at hand in the next couple of hours. And one of the first things that we want to do when we're kicking off the process is we want to understand whether anyone involved in the process has a conflict of interest to declare. And the conflict of interest can be financial or non-financial. In some ways, financial conflicts of interest are more easy to manage. Yes, I have some money in a mobile acute care company, and it's this amount of money. So financial conflicts of interest are very clear. Non-financial conflicts of interest are often intellectual conflicts of interest. I've done some research on mobile clinics, or I belong to an association that promotes mobile clinics. But either way, we want those conflicts of interest to be stated. And conflicts of interest don't necessarily mean you have to leave the room. They need to be managed. The reason you've been invited is because you're experts on the topic. And the fact that you have a conflict to declare is something that we then manage. We then decide, oh, well, it's not an important conflict, so you can vote on the process. You're allowed to be part of the formulation of the recommendation. Or it's a serious conflict, so we're still happy to have your involvement, and we're very grateful that you're participating in this process. However, when it comes time to make the recommendation, we're going to recuse you from the process, so you're not allowed to vote, and you would stand to one side. So before we get on with the process, and conflicts of interest are important for the guideline panel, but they're also important for the systematic review team. So we want to know if anyone in this core group has a conflict of interest to declare. So I'm going to normally this is done through filling in a conflict of interest form, and then you'd put that on the screen. But we haven't done that bit. So let me and it's a small group. So let me first turn to the panel and ask if any members have any conflicts of interest that they would like to declare.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, I mean, as I filled the form, as was requested, as the methodologist on the panel, so I've expressed everything. I would like to highlight two elements. One is that, so I've done some research that has been published and has recommended in favor of one of the recommendations in certain aspects. Obviously, I try to keep my judgment within the limits of the discussion, etc., but probably with the advice of the panel, when we get to a certain position, I might actually ask to leave the panel and not to be part of that discussion when it happens. I also have some relatives. So I don't, I'm playing roles. So just, I also have some relatives that they have sort of financial interest in a company that provides these services. But this is not related to what we are discussing now. I just want to raise it to the panel so that the panel is aware that such an interest exists. On the other hand, also I need to add, I'm a professor in a university, and 5 years ago, one of our research fellows, they got a funding from a company that paid for the salary of the fellow for 2 years, and also they bought us some equipment. Again, those do not think are related, but I'm documenting everything and I'll let you know what's happening. So I'll stop here.
So we will have seen the written form in advance. We will have, the steering group of the guideline will have looked at the form. They will have made a judgment as to whether this is a significant conflict of interest and he needs to leave the room for decision making or not. And the judgment in this instance would be that hypothetically, would be that the conflict of interest is not so significant that it would interfere with his judgment. He's done some academic research on the topic, but that's normal. It's normal that the methodologist and the systematic review team maybe have expertise in the field, so that's not uncommon. And the financial conflicts of interest are not specifically related to the intervention. So the judgment would be, thank you for your transparency, and we're happy to keep you in the process.
We don't want to think.
It wouldn't be done like this normally. It would be done prior to the meeting starting. Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, yes, so it's been reviewed previously. I mean, there is a team. So, for example, if you have a steering committee that decides about the panel, they actually review it, they see it, so, and they make the decision. But usually, I mean, the first meeting, as Nathan explained, so one of the main tasks of the chair is to double check. So saying that you've already said this, have you missed anything? Or so that's the issue. And also certain guidelines, I mean, I know Egypt wants to do them quickly, but certain guidelines, the process might take a few months. Usually, for example, if you have a meeting today to start the work and 6 months later you want to finalize, the chair usually again asks, within the last 6 months, do you have any new conflict that you want to raise? Especially because if it's a national guideline, a big guideline, so for example, Dr. Amir is on that panel. He's a well-known person in the field anyhow. And then all the companies know that he's now on the panel to make the recommendation. He might be approached actually within the process, saying that, oh, by the way, we've done some research here, or we done. So then those are the things. And the panel members know that if they are approached within the, so it's that usually they should immediately report to the chair. So chair, be aware, I was approached on this. This is the way I responded. Anything else I need to do? So that you make the integrity of the process going very well.
So,
details. I've been involved in some sorts of committees regarding the guidelines, and there was a mention of the importance of including patients. So do you think in modern guidelines writing and reviewing, is there a place to put a representative of the patients in the committee, or we are not yet in this position?
it would depend on the guideline, but the preference is yes. And what the phrase we use is end users, so those who are affected by the recommendation. And there may be instances where it's not important to have their perspective, but in WHO guideline development, more often than not, patient perspectives are important, and they would be part of the panel, either individual patients or representatives of patient associations. So perhaps we won't go through the whole panel's conflicts of interest, unless they have some to declare.
I don't have any conflict of interest to declare.
I worked, this is a real, I worked on the quality management project to establish a new stroke unit in my hospital, and we compared the outcome of having a specialized unit versus having the general one, and we find that the specialized unit is carry a higher outcome for the survival for this patient. So I just want to declare this.
So this flags a potential intellectual conflict of interest. So it's possible that you're coming in and you've already decided what the recommendation should look like, and in the process of guideline development, you're always going to advocate for the answer, and that might be disrupting the development of the recommendation. So there's a concern there about a possible intellectual conflict of interest.
I am in a position of the hospital director, and in my hospital we use one way for stroke management, so I am responsible for implementing this form of care, patient care. So
that maybe that's not a conflict, because you want to know what the answer is so that you can implement it.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm a clinical pharmacist, and I don't have any conflict of interest. Thank you.
Good morning. No, I declare no conflict of interest.
Yeah. Okay, so we're a bit worried about you, Arash, and we're possibly worried about you, but nobody else.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that you would say, oh, you're recused, and then I can go and say. And so one thing, again, and I say that as a role of methodologist. So, I mean, I need to highlight to all the members of the panel, you've been selected because of your expertise, your knowledge. You are advised within your field by others, you may have a strong opinion. One thing that you are committed to is that when we start discussion, your opinion might be challenged. The work you have taught others for 10 years, someone might bring an evidence saying that, oh, that was wrong. You should not be offended. You should be open to discussion. We are all representing the best thing that can be done. So that's part of the process. We should be ready for that, and that's the way when we listen to all the methodologists, systematic reviewers, health economists, etc., and also other members of the panel raising the opinion, so that we all need to be, and this is part of our commitment as members of the panel, to be open to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, so as the chair, sorry, please go ahead.
Opposite side, which one we can present it as a conflict of interest? Which one? On the opposite side, all of them, there is no conflict of interest. If there is another one has conflict of interest, what is the characteristic of his job description?
So you mean to say if an individual in the panel does have a conflict of interest?
Which one?
Is it into...
What is the characters of the person or chairperson or the panel have conflict of interest on the table?
So it could be financial or non-financial. One would certainly want to avoid that the chair and the methodologist have important conflicts because they're leading the process. If an individual panel member has an important conflict of interest, but they're part of the panel, they will be allowed to be part of the panel until you make the actual recommendation, and then at that point they'd be asked to one of the important next steps of before you kick off the meeting is to make a decision on how you make decisions as a group. So I'm going to move to the next. It will help answer your question.
So I'm very interested in the lady scenario about if you have an intellectual, pre-minded decision, because we are mostly as interest, I mean physicians, they have pre-minded before. So as a chair, what is your opinion regarding this scenario? Is it out of the vote, the lady scenario, or be involved in the discussion? Because the stroke unit, I'm one in favor of this stroke units, really, because I work in something like this. I'm sure I'm vote with. So what's your decision as a chair regarding?
So the important thing is that the decision is made beforehand. We don't make it as we go along. If the decision beforehand is that even though she may have some level of intellectual conflict of interest, it's not so important that she's excluded from decision making. So we've already decided in advance that the conflict isn't important and she's allowed to be part of the whole process. However, as the process moves forward, if we find her dominating, always talking, always promoting one position, then at that point it will be important for the chair to step in and say, we've heard enough of you, we want to hear from other people. Arash.
Yeah, I wanted to following what Nathan said. The point is, so let's say it's not just about personal issues, it's also about the profession. So let's say if you are dealing with the topic that 3 different specialties have a role. Sometimes people, because of this specialties, they actually have position. It's not just about personal experience. The specialty thinks this, you don't like that. Think of, for example, low back pain. If you bring orthopedics and then rheumatologists and neural surgeons, so they have positions on that. So then you should expect there will be disagreement. So that's not a bad thing. That's part of the process. But you select people who are not dominating a position. They have, for example, a company who does that, or for example, always on the media saying something against the others. So that's the sort of thing you avoid. Even so, then the role of the chair, the role of the chair. So then, as part of the role playing, so when Dr. Fauzi wanted this panel, he asked my advice on who would be a good chair. And I recommended Dr. Nathan. The reason was that, first of all, he has authority in the field, not specifically on the topic, but he's known in the medical area. But he's also known to run meetings in a fair way. He doesn't dominate it. He doesn't make decisions. He actually helps others. That's the role of the chair. So his role is to make sure we are all in place, that all of us talk. None of us takes too much time to talk. And then he would sort of summarize the decision, not that making his own idea. So it's not the chair of a managerial meeting. It's not the chair of a political organization. It's a chair of, so the sort of the theoretical role of the chair is that to make sure the panel makes the decision the right way. And that role is important. Usually what happens is that, I mean, very rarely, I've never heard because of discussion someone being excluded because the person talked too much. It's never happened because you bring people in for a reason. But the chair usually will be in a position to say, so please stop now. So I need to listen to other members of the team. Or sometimes they also do other tricks, saying that instead of you raise your hand, now I'm going around the room. I want everyone to raise their position if something is sensitive. And so as a chair, you do that, like how you run a classroom. But you realize in your classroom members are actually quite respected, they have positions, they are well known, and you do it like that.
So I see one more hand up, and after this we're going to move on, because one of the other jobs of a chair is to keep things going at a time.
A direct financial issue, which is usually one of the experts has done a research with a financial issue, or he is the speaker of a drug who is gonna be, or his institute has been the place of the research of the new intervention. Should we exclude immediately? Because this is, because usually the experts are the one who did the research, are the one who has been funded by the company.
And then there's a distinction between whether you as an individual have received the money, or it's your research unit that has received the money, and you're just an employee of the academic institute. So it's a matter of, it's not always the case that you're excluded because of money. It's a judgment decision. And if the decision is that you have a financial conflict of interest, there are still two decisions to make. The first decision is, should you be part of the process at all, because it's too significant, in which case, and if it's decided the financial conflict of interest is so great that you should not participate, then you won't even be in the room. If, however, the decision is the financial conflict of interest is important, but your expertise is also important, you will be part of the process, but when it comes time to decide on the recommendation, you will be restricted from participation. So this gets us to the next bit, which is, how do you make decisions? Right. So no, because in the evidence to decision process that we will go through, saving money is just one part of the considerations that you will make. So it's normal and appropriate that finances are part of the decision-making process, and so that would not be a reason to exclude a participant. Okay, so before we kick off, we're going to decide how we make decisions. And if we were in a very big group of 50 panel members, we might get to a point where some people agree, some people disagree, so we want to decide, how are we going to make a decision? Are we going to decide through 100% consensus? Are we going to take the time to get the people who disagree to shift position, or vice versa? And it's only when everyone agrees that we make a recommendation? Or are we going to go for a voting process? And if we go for a vote, what is the threshold? Is it 51%? Or a simple majority, or is it 70%, a bigger majority? And we have to decide that at the beginning because it will be chaos if we decide it later down the line. So we're a small group, so we're going to decide to go for 100% consensus in this example. We have two hands though.
Does this change per topic, or since you're talking about guidelines that will be implemented in the whole country, so there are going to be lots of panels, does that percentage change per topic, or does it have like a strict cutoff point for any topic discussed within this national context?
I will answer, but your hand was up as well.
Yeah, no. So I'm a methodologist, so yeah. So in a way, I sort of, so the recommendation is based on the approach that we do is that, so you try for consensus all the time, and that's what the chair said. I mean, and especially even if so when the topics of disagreements becomes about the wording of recommendations, small changes, etc., then that's a sort of place that perhaps voting could be a good idea in the end, and then you go with the majority. We recommend usually in a small panel, the majority minimum should be 80%. If it's a large panel, it might become 70% reasonable. But if it's a contentious issue, something that is very important, and disagreement, let's say disagreement about the main recommendation, whether do it or not, which is the main question, so voting is not the best idea there. So usually we recommend something like nominal group technique. When there will be a formal consensus development process, there will be two rounds, and I will be happy to facilitate that as someone who is not voting, who is not involved in the evidence review.
And consensus is always highly desirable. If, however, you don't achieve consensus, but you keep moving forward because you voted or whatever procedure you followed, it can be the case that in the final guideline, the reasons for disagreement are noted in the guideline. That's, again, part of transparency. So we might say 90% of people agreed with the recommendation, but not everyone agreed, and here are the reasons why they didn't agree, because the end user, that helps the end user understand that there are disagreements in the panel.
But it still passes with these concerns highlighted.
It can happen, yeah. So we've decided whether there's conflicts of interest or not, and we're happy. We've decided on how we make decisions. We're happy. We can get going with the guideline development process, and at this point we're going to walk through what evidence we have and the evidence and start completing the evidence to decision making table. So as the chair, I hand over at this point to the systematic review team and who are led by the methodologist.
As the chair, please to, in the evidence to decision-making framework, you're coming up to present the evidence, but the population we're dealing is with acute stroke of all ages. Oh, sorry. Can we move this chair? Sorry. You get, yeah, that's it. And we're looking at whether to have this organised inpatient care, and the comparison is general medical care, and the outcome is death. And we'll go into the evidence in a short while. But sir, you need to consider with the panel about whether this problem is a priority before we enter to the benefits and harms. Is the problem related to this, so I can fill this form in appropriately for you?
So my suggestion would be that, so I mean, because of, I mean, the importance of the topic, the way it's been proposed as a national topic, we don't need to deliberate on that. So we've all agreed this is a major topic and it's worth consideration. The only thing I would suggest is that sort of, in terms of outcomes, probably we need a little more time to say whether this is the only important outcome we want to look at.
Okay.
You can't make this change because selection. Oh, it doesn't work.
And deciding what the important outcomes are is again something you want to do up front, because you don't want to be at the end, towards the end of the process, having looked at all the evidence and it's time to make a recommendation. You don't want at that point for the panel to disagree about whether quality of life is important or not. You need to establish that up front.
Sorry. So we're agreed on that it's a problem.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So now, sir, would you like us, the systematic review team, to present the results of the review?
Yes, please.
I've been a research assistant on this project, so I'll hand it over to the person that's been involved in actually doing the review. Here we go. Just give me a second. I'm trying to do too many things at once and I don't... Right. Over to you.
Okay, our research is about whether people with stroke would be admitted into organized patient care or have a specialized multidisciplinary unit, okay? The included participants would be those with acute stroke, and the intervention, we already talked about this. The difference between the general wards and these specialized wards are that these would be equipped with rehabilitation teams that would help these people in the recovery process. Okay, the outcomes would be death, poor outcome, which might be also death or dependency in care. They need to be dependent on another person to have their everyday life. Their health status, their satisfaction with the care, and the difference in their length of stay.
At this stage, I also asked the panel, because I mean, systematic reviewers have done review of the evidence. That's what they have found. Is there any other outcome missing that you think should have been considered? So if these are based on the evidence that I identified. Any panel members, I'm asking, so anything else you want to see for your decision before we listen to the next step?
Well, I think we may need to specify what are the primary outcomes and what are the secondary outcomes, as this would help us further in our decision.
The primary outcome is death. It's there in you can find it on the table, that the detailed or the full text of the full text of the systematic review. Okay, in the second page. They find the primary outcome was a poor outcome, which is death or dependency, ranking score 3 to 5, or requiring institutional care. And the secondary outcome included death, institutional care, dependency, subjective health status, satisfaction, and length of stay.
So we have a brief point. It's called ranking of outcomes, and so that's what the systematic review team found, and that's driven by by the evidence. But the panel need to decide they need to do their own ranking, and so it's for you guys to decide: is death a critical outcome? You almost always is. But what about length of stay? Is length of stay a critical outcome, or is it less important? And so when it comes time to seeing what the systematic review team found, if they found no studies that looked at death, but they all looked at length of stay, you have already decided that that's actually not as important, and so that will start to play into the evidence to decision making process. So that's what we call the ranking of outcomes.
Do you want to add anything?
I also have the same question, and also about the population. You don't mention the age group. It's in all age groups.
So
and does it matter?
No, of course it matters, but I mean, you are the clinicians, you are the experts. You need to tell us whether you want to specify the age group or not. So this is about sort of, I mean, what, and whether this in the systematic review there was.
So shall we present the systematic review And then you can interrogate
So the only thing I would say, yes, I mean, we go, so is that just on the outcomes we agreed, because that should be done before seeing the systematic review. So, because the reason is very important, and why Nathan is insisting on that so much, is that usually what happens is that people take it lightly, but when they don't like the result, they say, oh, they didn't consider the other outcome. So you need to, before going to the result, you need to agree what is the main thing you are looking at. So the list presented looks reasonable, and also, I mean, the ranking is there, so we are, so when that's become the commitment, this is how we make decisions. So you can't suddenly go saying, oh, look at the laboratory test, it showed that, for example, sort of this is going a little high, that's important for me. If that's important, you need to convince the panel from the start. That's why that is important, not when the results of the review been demonstrated to you.
So just to emphasize again that we've talked about at least 3 things that you organize up front. The conflicts of interest, how you make decisions, what voting threshold you use, and the ranking of outcomes. And some of these may seem like small things, but if you don't decide them at the beginning, you run into problems later down the line. So let's hear from the systematic review team, what they were able, having sorted all that out, what they were able to find.
So if I got their question right, they need to specify the age group. We included adults, not pediatric population, and it's based on a body of evidence that we found. So we work with the total of studies. We don't get to choose the age groups ourselves.
Okay, so go ahead with the presentation, sir.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Is the age group in your systematic review stratified or not? Because stroke and a patient with...
let's present the... if we present this, and then you ask questions about it. So, Noha and I declare no conflicts of interest. I have an intellectual conflict of interest because a sibling died of a stroke, so I have a personal interest in this topic. And now I'm going to ask my colleague to present.
Okay, so the databases that we have searched for papers to include in this review include the Cochrane review published in 2020, and the meta-analysis associated with this. We checked the quality by M-star, and it was high. And this is how we summarized the results. I believe it's a little bit too small for everybody to see. But it's there.
As the research assistant on this project, I can say that we extensively searched the literature, and this diagram shows the results of our search, and it's in the abstract, and at the end of the day there were 29 trials included in the review, and we're pretty confident that we've included all the studies, and this diagram is to help demonstrate to the panel, ma'am, that we've included all the relevant studies in this analysis. So, so I'll pass it back to you about the information that you extracted from this review.
Okay. We only included randomized controlled trials. We had 2 authors assessing each possible study with a pairwise comparison, which means everyone has matched a network meta-analysis to confirm the relative effects found in the study. This is an illustration of the bias we found, which is relatively good.
So as a research assistant working on this, I can say that the concealment of allocation was really quite good, but as these were pragmatic trials in hospitals, there is some red in there which relates to blinding of the outcome assessment, but it's very difficult to blind the outcome assessment when people are allocated to wards. So this was not a concern of ours, but we just report it to you here.
This is the graphic representation of the death meta-analysis. As you can see, it's more within the protective side. And this is a summary of all the outcomes found in the studies that included in the meta-analysis.
So this is illustrative of the types of meta-analysis. This is stroke ward versus general medical ward. In the treatment arms, these are deaths over the total. And as you can observe, as been noted by my colleague, there is tendency for a protective effect across these studies. And overall, the meta-analysis shows that there's a 25% reduction with these units, confidence intervals going from 0.63 to 0.90. We just thought we'd illustrate. There are a number of other graphs available to the panel should you want to look at these, but this is the sort of graph that then feeds in to the summary of findings table, which we will present to you now, which is also on each of the tables in front of the observers in the fishbowl. There's 2 copies of this. So if you wish to refer to these results yourselves, to the observers, then please look at the handouts on each carousel.
So quick clarification question for our systematic review team. On the forest plot, everything on the left says that the mobile teams are better than standard of care, and everything on the right is standard of care. Is that correct?
Everything on the left is protective, everything on the right is otherwise. Protective. Pro the specialized care.
The intervention,
yes.
Yeah.
Pro
Thank
the
you.
intervention.
Thank you.
This is really hard. If you can refer to the table, because I know it's really hard to see. Here we discuss an outcome per outcome, and again a summary of the settings and intervention, the PICO that we discussed yesterday, the patients and the population, the setting, the intervention, and the comparison, which we already discussed. So the first outcome is poor outcome by the end of scheduled follow-up. In each of the columns, you have the general medical ward where 549 people did get a positive outcome towards the stroke care, where 499 per 100 happens. You find the odds ratio, number of participants included, and the quality of evidence, and any comments related to this outcome that we found in our study.
Okay. So just to clarify, so this demonstrates stroke ward care is beneficial in terms of outcome of care. It shows that that there are fewer people with a poor outcome, yeah, with stroke care. Yep. Okay, so that's all. So go on.
Next outcome is death or institutional care by the end of the scheduled follow-up, where in general medical care ward there were 383 per 1,000 versus the stroke ward care 323 per 1,000 with a protective odds ratio, which was a moderate evidence. And the other.
So all of these outcomes seem to be positive. Death by the end of the scheduled follow-up. The stroke ward care was 202 per 1,000, whereas a general medical care was 242. This is based on the meta-analysis odds ratio with moderate quality evidence, and sensitivity analysis looking at trial quality didn't alter the conclusions. This is something we did yesterday, looking at randomization. Sir, please address to the chair. There's a question from the
yes.
audience.
First of all, we have a question from one of our panel members,
Okay.
And then we'll hand on.
Yeah. Well, if we go through the significance regarding those trials, you will find that some of them are not significant. The first one, for instance, the relative effect is. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the mobile stroke team care. We
Oh,
are.
no.
We.
Go up
Yep.
one.
Yep.
There.
Yep.
Is it that one?
Yeah. No, not that one. So. No. I'm opening a table of the mobile stroke team care. What's the title of your table now? دي واحدة please. Which one?
So this one. That one.
Part of another table included, but the table we're looking at is sorry.
Something I want to.
Oh yes, this row. Okay, so sorry. Let's just clarify. Is this what you're?
No, this is general medical ward care. Okay, hold on. General medical ward care. Yeah. Okay. So.
Yes, looks like the printout looks slightly different.
The printout is slightly different. Maybe may I?
Yeah.
So what generally speaking, what was being observed by the panel was that although we have for a number of outcomes the finding is significant, so death or institutional care or dependency, the finding was favouring the intervention, but the confidence intervals for some of these outcomes was quite large, making you question whether the benefit is ultimately as big as the main findings suggest. But I suspect that this is going to be dealt with when we look at the grading of the evidence.
I have to apologise for an error in the handouts to the tables. So as a methodologist, I should have taken more care in organising the printouts. So the review was structured around organised inpatient care. So there were a number of different comparisons in the review, and the first comparison is mobile stroke team care versus general medical care. So MAM is referring to the analysis from the first comparison of mobile stroke care versus general medical care. And I apologise for making a mistake in the handouts that you were supplied with. Okay, and I apologise to the tables for doing the same mistake. In fact, the intervention we're considering is not mobile. It is actually summary of findings 2, stroke ward versus general medical care, and all we've done is give you a printout of the table heading. So I suggest that you then, so this is why I'd never get a follow-up contracts with WHO, because I make these kind of printout mistakes. So if indeed you would like to look at the abstract that we have supplied you with the analysis that we're giving you is the first paragraph, direct comparison of stroke ward versus general ward care. So I apologise for that. Yes, I haven't got my glasses, clearly.
So I will hand on to Arash in one moment, but I would, as the chair, I would suggest that even though there have been some slight errors in the distribution of the information, we're on track. We know what we're talking about with respect to the intervention and the comparator, and broadly speaking, we know what the outcomes are suggesting to us in terms of whether there's a benefit or not. But let me hand to you, Arash. No, you
okay.
you go and then.
Okay. So just wanted to, one point. So I mean, all of you have this review on your table. So please refer to this review, and that you can follow the table better. But the point I want to raise.
Okay.
So just so that all of us on the same page, I'm following the question that was asked about confidence interval. So look at this table itself. So when you look at relative effect, so the odds ratio is about 0.8 that you are seeing, so 20% improvement in terms of, but then you have the confidence interval from 0.7 to 0.9. So that's where you sort of think of whether this is a sort of acceptable confidence interval or not. Because of the outcome itself is a major outcome, even if the worst scenario is the correct evidence, which is 0.9, only 10%, then you may judge, I mean, 10% is actually quite a good outcome for such a major outcome that we have. If you go to the second slide, please.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to bring to your attention is that when you look at the outcome name, look at the small print in the bracket. So the median follow-up of these major outcomes, all of them is about 12 months. That's, again, another good thing you want to see. You don't want to just look at whether patient died in the first months of the care or the time that they were in the hospital or not. You want to see what happened to them afterward. For a year outcome, again, that's a good follow-up. That's, again, something that gives you more confidence when you look at the sort of the evidence you are dealing with for discussion.
All right, two things. What is causing the problem is that this file is missing page 4. Okay. The second thing, can I go backward? Yes, another one.
It's on It's on page 6. I'm sorry, there's a mix-up in the papers, but the row that we presented is found on page 6.
No, there is a missing page here. There is a missing page here.
Okay.
Regarding the meta-analysis, now, can I say that there is some inconsistency here and the I2 is 38%? Can I say there is some inconsistency here?
Expect to see some inconsistency, some heterogeneity, we call it usually. So look at the picture itself. So most of the point estimates, so the bigger dot, as was explained by Paul and Nathan yesterday, are all on the left side. So and they are on the same side as the sort of the overall effect. There are, however, some studies that the point estimate is on the right side, the other side. But all of those studies, they actually also go through the sort of the non-confidence sort of line that you have. Again, they are not significant findings. Two things in terms of the result you look at. One is that look at the line at the bottom, heterogeneity.
Yeah.
So the p-value for heterogeneity is not significant. That's when you will be happy. So that's the only p-value that you don't want it to be significant. So this p-value is bigger than 5%, so then that shows that in terms of a statistical heterogeneity, you can rely upon it. But if you become too concerned, then what you would ask is that you ask the methodologists and the systematic reviewers to also give you some details about those studies that are very different from the others. So that usually happens when the question is sensitive and the context might change. Then, for example, they will tell you the study by Göteborg, Ostra in 1988. This study was done in such a context and that context. So then in a way you look at the sort of the meaningful heterogeneity on top of the statistical heterogeneity that you have. But what you have here so far is not something that worries you.
But you look at the p-value, all right, but what is the importance of I2? 38%.
Yeah. No, that's...
Because it should be around 0 if the heterogeneity was by chance, the I2 should be low. That's what I understand. So I'm asking about this.
So as the methodology team, the little flap about the handouts is actually incorrect. You do have the correct handout. You have the abstract, okay, and the page after the abstract At the bottom of the page it says Summary of Findings 2, and there's a little paragraph there. You ignore everything above it, and then on the following page, page 6, this is the page you want open. Page 6 is the results of the systematic review of general medical care, stroke units versus general medical care. So just to reassure you, that the handout is all there. It starts with 449 per 1,000 poor outcome, 499 versus 1,000, which is what was just being presented to you and is on the screen. Sir's comment about heterogeneity, 38% is this is heterogeneity. You can see that there is all the dots are on the left of the line. There is quite a substantial difference in effect sizes between studies. Some are 0.71, some are 0.33, some are 0.43. However, you know, it is looking at the, and you would expect variations in effect sizes with such a complex intervention, and indeed 38% is not a lot of heterogeneity in these circumstances, and perfectly acceptable to do a fixed effects meta-analysis in these circumstances. So I think this is something called mild quantitative heterogeneity. There is no qualitative heterogeneity. In other words, there are not dots on the right of the line and on the left of the line. They are all pointing towards benefit. It's just the size of the benefit varies a bit between studies, and 38% is not huge. So I would submit that to the panel.
We have a question from one of the panel members. I'll just observe as well that the two biggest trials, which is Athens and Hualhua, both of those showed a statistically significant effect favouring the intervention. But over to our panel member.
Yeah, thank you. I have just a comment, same comment that the biggest two trials is on the side of the stroke ward. So and another thing in such a hard diseases, and the outcome or the margin of the having a significant better solution for taking care about this patient, we don't expect much more differences between the two processes. So this heterogeneity is very good for us because it's a tough situation and tough disease. So if this percent, let's say in other diseases, it would be really a deal heterogeneity, but in a stroke area, so this heterogeneity and having the shift towards left with the main bulk more than 70% of the trials, so this is a good for considering it non-heterogeneous. So this is my comment.
Thank you for the interpretation. So Dr. Arash, and then we hand back to Paul.
Just wanted to add, so I mean, the observation that the largest trials in the system, in the meta-analysis, are on the same side of the overall conclusion, that's what you expect to see, because they actually affect the final result. And all the explanation are correct. I just want to use the opportunity to, what the discussion, one of the examples that Paul made yesterday, I want to highlight. So let's say if you had two large trials on the side of the overall effect, and then you have 10 very small trials, dubious or on the opposite side, and then you look at the two large trials are coming from, let's say, UK and Germany, and all the small ones are coming from middle-income countries, then you might actually say, well, there might be qualitative heterogeneity that could be important for me to consider. When you don't have that, so anything like that there, and that's part of your systematic reviewer team job, to look at what is the source, and they will highlight it to you, and the methodology will highlight. If you don't have a picture like this, is actually quite a good sort of, I mean, comfort in systematic review to look at as evidence.
What you would ideally want to do as a guideline development group process is sort all of this out as far as possible in advance, because if it comes to the point of decision making and there are too many questions about wanting to reanalyze the information, that's obviously going to cause delays. So one wants as much as possible to think in advance about, is it important to separate the information from high-income countries to that from middle and low-income countries? Do we want to ask in advance the systematic review team to do a stratified analysis so that when it comes time to have the guideline meeting, we can already look at that information? We have one more question and then we'll hand over to Paul.
So in such situations, so can I ask as a methodologist to give some more data about the big study in this, and for more stratification, how the subjects involved and how intervention has been done, for more analysis of that, because I build up my opinion about this big study in this case.
Yes, so in the process of a meeting, of a guideline development meeting, indeed, if the panel members want more information about the big studies, or similarly, they perhaps want information about the studies that are on the right-hand side. Why are those ones over there and all the others are? Is there an important difference? Did they have a different population, patient population, or did they administer the intervention in a different way? Or is it about the setting? Are they high-income settings versus lower middle-income settings? It's totally appropriate that panel members may ask some of those important questions to understand what evidence are we looking at here. Yeah. Let's keep going. Paul?
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the questions from the panel, and I'm pleased that we did get the right handouts for you. I'm sorry for the confusion earlier on, ma'am. But here, in summary, we have, it doesn't often get quite as good as this. This is quite a big effect on mortality. It's better than most drugs, although as a methodologist, I'm not allowed to give you opinions. So in a minute, the panel, sir, will need to consider the certainty of the overall evidence of benefit or harm with this intervention. So we'll just recap that we have the poor outcomes at the end of follow-up was moderate certainty evidence of a 12% reduction in poor outcome. That death by the end of follow-up, there was a moderate certainty evidence of a 25% reduction in death at the end of 12-month follow-up. And as Sir, the methodologist, pointed out, that's a good length of follow-up. And then other death and dependency, other outcomes, all support the effect of benefit with moderately large effect sizes. In terms of subjective health status, there was no meta-analysis that could be done in our studies, ma'am, and the pattern of improved results in stroke survivors suggested some improvement, but data were insufficient for us to do anything, and we were quite uncertain about our results. It's very low certainty of evidence. There was nothing about patient satisfaction. And just to say also that there was the mean length of stay in the stroke ward unit was on average 2.2 days less, and with average length in the control group of around 12 right up to 123 days, 2.2 days is for the panel to judge whether they think that average is an important difference. But again, this was rather imprecise and low certainty of evidence. So that's the summary of the systematic review. So I turn back to you on the panel to help me as the scribe complete the evidence to decision making side to this of the desirable effects. And people on the tables, just stepping out of role here, you all have this sheet, so as we go through, please try and circle the judgment made by the esteemed panel within each row, so that by the end of this process, you will have a matrix summarizing the results of the panel. So in terms of the problem, I think we had a judgment that, yes, this was a problem. And over to you, sir, for the desirable effects.
So what we'll do at this point is that the panel are going to have a discussion among themselves about how they're going to fill this in for a couple of minutes. So while they're doing that, perhaps you all have a few minutes to look yourselves and fill in the table according to your own judgment. So we're going to pause now, have a look, do the exercise, and then we'll come back to the panel. And remember, there is no right answer here. It's a matter of judgment. So don't be embarrassed about whatever decision you end up taking. So a couple of minutes, and then we'll reconvene. Okay, so as the chair, I'm concerned about time. I want to make sure we get to our decision-making process. And so the first point is, the first question we had, based on the evidence we were presented with, is on the benefits and harms. So we want to hear from the guideline panel what their judgment was about the desirable effects and the undesirable effects. So let me hand over to the panel members.
Yeah, we agree that there is a problem. It is a problem, and the desirable effect from the data that is represented now is a moderate effect.
Okay.
What else?
May I, as the methodologist, ask you a question? Because, I mean, so because the outcome was one of the main outcomes, prevention of death. And so, I mean, sort of, didn't you find it big enough difference in reduction of deaths that you call it moderate? So desirable effect is reduction of death if it is 10%, 20% reduction of death. So how was, what is your sort of argument for saying that it's a moderate effect rather than a large effect?
May we have the table before with all studies and the meta-analysis? The plot.
The least scenario, 10% improvement. The least scenario.
20 is large. It's not 20. I thought it 10. I'm sorry. I thought it 10. It's 20. Okay, so it's 20. It's large.
25. It's large.
So it's large.
Okay, so let's continue. Yeah, that's fine.
So it's large because I thought it 10%. 20% for such a stroke disease is a large yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify, as the scribe here, the desirable effects, the panel is judging that the desirable effects, and this is a qualitative judgment on your part, is large because there's a 25% reduction in mortality.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll insert the wording around that to record that. And as the systematic review panel, so then back to you on the undesirable effects. Mm-hmm. What are the undesirable effects, the effects of this intervention?
So the length of the stay is a bit larger. Mm-hmm. And we don't know about the rest of how many patients are needing is already handicapped. They are surviving, but they are handicapped and need someone to help or physiotherapy or whatever extended care. We don't have this information. We just know about the length of the statement, and it's logical to be larger.
Okay, so are there any undesirable effects that you anticipate with this form of care?
Okay, about length of stay, they mentioned that it's the definition is imprecise and the quality is low. So we don't have enough data about the length of stay, which is undesirable effect. So we think we don't know enough data.
I agree with May. We don't know any undesirable effects. Nothing is mentioned in the paper except the length of stay, which is insignificant, 4 days more. So I think this may be for a drug when there is side effects. We will see the undesirable effects of this drug. But here in this review, I don't know. They didn't mention any undesirable effects of the intervention.
So just as a sort of case of the example, so I mean, a couple of observations here. So, I mean, you are reducing mortality in hospitals, so then length of stay is slightly going up is not surprising. People don't die, they stay longer, so that's reasonable. But as observed by the panel members and also by other colleagues, so the issue is that even the small increase we are seeing is quite variable. The quality of evidence is really low. So basically, we don't know. So then this might become a question you may raise, is saying that, for example, whether in future you want to see it. But let's imagine whether the worst scenario is that actually it extends 2 days inpatient. So then that becomes part of your judgment later on. If I have 25% reduction in mortality, 2 days extends increasing length of stay, so then the balance might become totally. So in a way, you wait it here, and then that will help you later on when you get to the decision how to make the final judgment.
As chair, what I'm hearing from the panel is that we're hesitating between deciding on the undesirable effects that either they're trivial or that we don't know. Would that be reasonable? We don't know. Okay, so we're going to say we don't know. Shall we continue?
Sure. Okay, so the next thing is the certainty of the evidence around the evidence effects, both the benefits of the treatment and the putative adverse effects. So the overall certainty of the evidence, as a systematic review team, we see that the effects were mainly moderate, in moderate certainty of evidence. So it's probable that these interventions are that the evidence that we have means that we're moderately certain of this. Does the panel agree with that judgment that we would put in there?
As a panelist here, we find that from the methodological point of view, the process was right, but we think that we are missing data here to be sure that the outcomes we need come from the proper analysis. Because, for example, there is no clear definition about what's called organized stroke team. So this is a process including personnel, technology, drugs, and a schedule of care. It might be totally different between the different studies included. Otherwise, you have a clear-cut definition about the minimum required standard, and it was not mentioned. So I want to ask, did you use a minimum standard care for this process while reviewing the studies or not?
Sir, I'm so sorry. We did do a fairly extensive description of the forms of care, which was in an earlier publication, and it was our error to not submit that to the panel. But we have a fairly extensive description of what multidisciplinary care in hospitals involves. It involves physiotherapists, very early involvement of physiotherapists, early mobilization out of bed, extensive monitoring by the health staff. So I take your point about the generalizability, and I think when it comes to implementation, that a clear description of the intervention is absolutely right. So I agree, we as a systematic review panel agree with your comments, and I apologize that we didn't provide the full description of this complex intervention, but let me reassure you is that it has very clear specific standards, and that I would support the panel in making those standards clear in their recommendations in the implementation considerations. Chair, is that satisfactory?
Yes, and part of the decision about the certainty of the evidence, this is where grade comes in, and one of the ways of thinking about your question is the grade domain of directness. So directness is the intervention that was in all the studies, is it the same as the intervention you're concerned about, or does it somehow differ? And if it's the same, then directness is low. But if there are differences in the intervention, then you'd be worried about indirect evidence.
Yeah, and also the issue is that, I mean, for system design, usually you go from one country to the other. It's really different. The other challenge we always have, the systematic reviews include the studies, but most of the papers do not describe the full information you require to understand the setting very well. So when you have a medicine, they clearly say this is the medicine. But when they say about the design, you don't know much about what is the hospital situation, what is the other characteristics, other things that are relevant. So that concern is always there when you are dealing with system design issues. So that's a very important question. Again, I mean, in line with the sort of direct relevance or not, to the topic is also issue of that you look at so let's say, I mean, there are certain interventions, suddenly you find 5 very good studies all showing that really good, and then you look at them, you see all of these are done in one county in the US. So then you will say, well, I mean, they are all showing things, but then I'm not sure whether it's matching. But again, the source of the studies are coming from different countries, with different setups that they have, and still the overall effect is positive, then you feel more confident. But you know that as a guideline recommendation, that becomes your additional consideration, that what you are considering are these and these and these, and then becomes part of your implementation recommendations later on.
Okay, let's keep moving forward. We're continuing to populate the evidence decision table.
So addressing this to the panel, the next box that is required to fill in is we have outlined in the systematic review the benefits of the intervention in terms of mortality reduction, disability reduction, and other measures related to that. I would say to the panel that I'm unclear of what harms, medical harms, could come from a rehabilitation program other than things to do with length of stay. If there's any medical harms that have been omitted from the trials, then that's a fundamental error that we need to go back to the trialists to discuss. But I'm unclear really of what harms can come from this form of care as opposed to leaving people on general medical wards. But this is for you to discuss. And this section on values really is about you balancing the benefits and the harms. So if you give a drug, the benefits of a drug may be an increased cure rate, but the harms of a new drug over an old drug may be an increased level of side effects. So this balancing of the benefits and the harms is what we are sort of coming on to here, and whether people would be uncertain about the value of a reduction in mortality. So you need to consider whether reduction in mortality and reduced disability, whether this is whether people would generally agree that this is a good thing to happen, or whether people would generally agree that it's that people actually are uncertain whether the benefits are what people would value. It's a fairly obvious question, but sorry for over to you.
So, so from what I've so far heard from the panel, my understanding is the benefits are outweighing the harms for this intervention. There is no uncertainty about the benefits outweighing the harms.
Of death and reduction of disability, do you think these are important to people or not?
Very important.
Thank you. Okay, right. Right, so that's that. So, and the balance of the effects, does the balance between desirable and undesirable favour the intervention? I think it favours the intervention.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Just, I mean, for the sake of the exercise, I mean, I want to read. So this is a very beautiful systematic review we are dealing with. So it has good outcomes, relevant outcomes. Usually what I find in a similar situation is that, for example, the systematic review hasn't looked at the mortality or disability itself. They have, for example, they have a score on functional, on some scale, on a thing. So the score from 70 has become 75, or I don't know, from 50 has become 49, and then you have a big problem to understand whether this outcome is really important for the patient and matters, or is it just something that will help the sort of follow-up of a patient as a clinician who deals with a certain patient rather than a population decision that a guideline is going to make. So.
Yep.
So the next thing on the matrix is the resources required. So what are the resources required in terms of the multidisciplinary stroke care versus standard care? What are, if you're going to recommend this, what have you done any studies? Do you have any evaluation? What criteria should we put down here? And we're asking the panel to come up with whether the resources required in the Egyptian situation that you're thinking about involves large costs, moderate costs, negligible costs and savings, moderate savings, large savings, or varies or don't know. So can you, as the economist on the panel, please help the panel discuss this?
So on the resources required, I'd like to draw the attention of the panel. While the reviews does not have a clear description of the setup of the stroke unit, but this is a context-specific question anyways. So based on your expertise, you know the resources needed for this, and one can think of the additional labor that you need to dedicate for the specialized unit, and also the opportunity cost of having this person allocated from certain on a general ward, sorry. I'm sorry. To this dedicated stroke unit. Also the extra trainings that these personnel need. Okay. So I say again, I mean, the resource required was not specified in the review, but this is a very context-specific question that needs to be dealt with within the Egyptian context. So one can think of the major resource elements that need to set up this this unit. You can think of the additional labor dedicated for this unit, the extra trainings that you need to give, and the resources required. So there's somehow front-load investment that needs to be allocated for setting up a specified unit versus general ward where patients can go to the general wards of the hospital. Also, you can tell doctor, because you have a unit in the hospital, if there's specific equipments that need to be included in the hospital. Also, because of the increased length of stay, so you may also think of having dedicated beds for those who would stay longer in your hospital. Yeah.
So what we're saying here is from the evidence review team, there is no evidence from the systematic review that informs this question about cost and resources. Therefore, what we're going to do is we're going to defer to the expertise of the panel members. The economist advisor has signaled to us some of the considerations that we might want to think about, training and the cost of the unit, etc. But we're going to defer to the panel themselves to help us understand whether this is how to answer this question here. So we don't know in terms of sort of formal evidence, so we're deferring to the experience of the panel.
There must be a study from the health economic specialist regarding the budget for developing this unit and its equipment and the hiring of personnel trained on this, and if they need more training, all the costs has to be studied. But actually, from what we have here, we don't know yet.
Yeah, so even if the systematic review had given information about cost, that information may be from the United States. So it's not helping us make our decision in this country.
I mean, at this point, the adaptation in Egypt is very important. So economy, items, whatever in UK and States, it doesn't fit with in Egypt. So the economists should give us a clear idea about how much does it cost in Egypt.
Okay. So let's assume that.
I think for this problem, if the cost, whatever the cost, decreased mortality and disability is more important than the cost in these situations. Whatever the cost, we try to minimize the cost, but with the same effect on the patient, decreasing mortality and disability.
So that's going to come a little bit later. So your point is very, very important, but we nevertheless need to know something about the cost, and then at the end we balance the cost against the benefit, and we make an overall decision. But we do need to say something about cost. Let's assume that our economic expert has done his research he's decided what the key issues are: training of staff, the cost of the unit, any hardware that needs to be put in place. So he's come with that financial information, and he's putting that on the table. And our panel are going to consider that sort of hard financial information to make a judgment about the resources required. And so I'm going to hand over to our panel member in one moment.
Thank you so much. I just want to also raise one issue. Because, health economists, he said that there is no evidence on cost part. But my question is, we should think that if it was in our PICO questions that we did search for systematic reviews for we may not did this review for finding any evidence on cost part or on cost effectiveness part. So this is another thing. So we cannot say there is no evidence. We can say, for example, we need to do another search for finding the cost effectiveness also evidence on this issue, or for example you have any costs at national, local level, so we can decide based on it. Thank you.
Because in the end, if we publish a guideline and that guideline said, oh, we don't know about cost, then it goes to the ministry, and the ministry may say, well, we're not going to implement your guideline because we need to know about costs. So you might want to step back from the process and do a little bit of extra work so that you can address this question, because if you don't address this question, it will affect the uptake and the implementation of the guideline further down the line. So we have one more input from our economic advisor.
No, just want to clarify. So I was saying that from the review, we did not have enough information as a guidance. But even if we find this information, we need to contextualize it on Egypt. And one easy way to do this is to do costing or resource required, is to identify, quantify, and value. So first of all, we need to identify what resources needed in terms of labor, in terms of equipment, in terms of materials, etc., without putting any prices or any costs. And then afterwards, we need to measure the resource use by how much time does the labor would dedicate for this unit, how many materials, how many pieces of drugs you need specialized for this unit, and then you put a price tag at the end. But after, as Nathan said, we don't need to make a recommendation that is not feasible on the ground. So that's the main point.
So, Chair, I need to fill in this report, otherwise I'll get into terrible trouble by the overarching committee. And so I'm asking the panel, please, to really consider using their judgment and common sense about how much resources are required. Now, if you are considering introducing these multidisciplinary units into your care system, and the comparison is nursing these people being managed on general wards, it sounds to me that the economists should be considering with you whether this is in fact a sort of a marginal cost. You're not going to require to build large hospitals. You are simply talking about some training and additional staff and organization within the hospital to put these patients on one ward, some additional staff that may be required, some additional monitoring systems. As Sir said, we need a little bit more detail about the units, but there is some description there. So you're not being asked to build hospitals in order to meet this need. It's about modifying your existing hospitals. So I would posit that the guidelines panel should be able to make a judgment as to whether this is negligible costs and savings, moderate costs, or large costs. So do grab the microphone, Mr. Economist, and do reflect so others can hear your reflections about whether this is building hospitals or I can't steer much more on this, but whether it's small costs or not. I'll hand you back, but I need a box to tick, please.
Actually, within the panel, we have two different opinions. I don't know, is it the time for voting about this issue, or this is the time of referring to the chair about this issue? Because some of us are saying that it varies according to the setup that we will predict to apply, and the others say that we don't know. So how to solve this conflict?
Yeah, because if you are, let's say, it's appearing simply, but it is not actually. So you are establishing a unit, but it is a hard unit inside the hospital, and you will consume the CT scan all the day. So up to you may need a dedicated CT for such a unit if it is a large and serving much of the strokes and so. Another thing is the training team. Maybe you will hire a new training team, new nurses with budget of salaries and budget of training, and so it's appeared that you are just opening up things inside the hospital, but actually it will cost, for my opinion.
So
broadly speaking, I do have the feeling that it will add no extra cost because the same will be done and the same will be given and the same personnel will be present, whether it's a dedicated unit or in the general ward. You can tell me about this, you the economist, but I don't have, the same medications will be given. Why? Do you have a different guidelines in giving treatment, whether the patient is in a dedicated stroke unit or if he is in a general ward? Do the personnel who manage him are different? Does the patient will do a CAT scan if he is in a dedicated stroke unit and will not do it if he is in a general? What is the difference? What is the exact difference?
So overhearing some of the discussion there, I understand that some things are the same, but maybe some things are varying. So back to the panel.
As we see here, that we know the contents of the evaluation of the resources required. We know the items that we can assess, but it will vary. The cost will vary according to whether we will adopt which system. Of course, it will be between negligible and moderate change in the finance. It's not a major change in the finance, of course, but at this point, while we are taking assessment of the situation, we don't feel certain about the financial impact of applying this system on a larger scale all over the country, because, for example, the organized system requires monitoring, which is not normal in the general wards. So if you equipped only 4 beds with monitors for applying this system in all hospitals around Egypt, you might go into millions of pounds. Of course, this is the job of our fellow here, but we know the components, but we can't decide it now.
I assume that we give the very same level of care. And we can see here in Egypt, in Cairo, one of the biggest private hospitals, it had a stroke unit for the major and for the acute cerebral events. And it's the same. It was award, and they called it a stroke unit rather than a part of the general ward, with the same consultants, the same treatment, the same CAT scan units, the same MRI, the same medications, the same nurses experience in the field. I can't get what extra costs it would cost. What exactly? You are speaking about monitors. If a monitor is needed in the dedicated unit, stroke unit, it will be needed in the general ward.
I have 2 points.
Go ahead.
Okay. If it's the same, so the results of this meta-analysis, it's not a concern, but we have a result that it's decreasing mortality by 25% almost. So it's not the same as the ward. Okay. Second point, we don't identify the requirements of this unit. We don't this organization. We don't identify it, so we cannot measure the costs. Maybe personnel training, maybe length of stay, maybe monitors, as the doctor said. So we don't identify the items.
At the moment, we couldn't identify it at this moment. We can't make a decision based on the available data. But in a later time, of course, we can do it.
So we have 2 more. We have 3 hands raised, and we also have coffee waiting for you outside. So we're going to hear the 3 from the 3 individuals, and then we're going to break. But before we break, we are going to fill in this section. And to pick up on one point that was made earlier, the panel said that they have differences in opinion, therefore the chair should decide. And this is a really important point. In a guideline development panel, the chair doesn't decide on behalf of everyone else. The chair's job is to try and move things forward, but when it comes to voting, the chair doesn't have any more powerful opinion than the rest of the panel. The chair is a voting member just like everybody else. So my job is to try and get consensus, but my job isn't to decide because they can't decide. I'm just one member like the rest of them.
So I understand that the point of resources has not been clearly clarified, but the questions of the research was comparing general ward to acute stroke unit mainly with a rehab team. So the main differences is mainly the rehab team is not in the process of diagnosis, is not in the process of the management in the first hour in the ER. So mainly they were looking at a rehab team, which is not a great cost. I mean, the great cost will be greater if we looked at the thrombolysis or reperfusion therapy in the first hour. This will need a dedicated, certified, and the treatment and the CT or maybe the MRI. But they looked mainly at the rehab team, so I think it's just the training of the staff we already have, and this will solve that. It will be my.
The main difference between any general unit and special unit is the expertise. So we can't say that how it's different between general ward and stroke ward. The main difference is the expertise, and the expertise has a price. Training is not easy. To train people to deal with stroke patients, it's not easy. So nurses will be only dealing with these patients and building their experience on these patients. So the expertise here is the difference, and it has a price, because people can say that we will take nurses from general wards and put them in the stroke unit, and it's the same.
Thank you so much. In my opinion, I think there's no much resources needed, as there's no infrastructure involved. But in the meantime, it is not the same. We're not using the same monitors. We're taking some patients from this unit to another unit. So the previous unit will still have its monitors, and will need to put more monitors in the other. And the same with the staff. The same staff will serve patients in this ward, and another set of staff will serve in the other ward. But I would say that the cost is negligible or varies depending on the setting and the equipment that we're using.
So for the sake of this role play, these are the guideline development group panelists, so they're the ones who make the decision. And let's imagine that everyone else who has spoken are observers to the guideline meeting. They've given technical inputs they've been invited to give technical inputs, and we've heard these extra inputs, but now we have to go back to the panel and they have to make a decision. We have heard that their decision is we don't know. Are we still happy that that's going to be our judgment?
We don't have a consensus about that.
So what do you think?
I think it varies according to the predefined setting.
Okay, varies, don't know. I'm also a panel member, and for the sake of coffee break, I'm going to say it varies. So our final decision is that it varies. And you could call that a conflict of interest. So we're going to pause now for, is it 20 minutes or 30 minutes or 30 minutes? So we come back at 5 to 12. Thank you so much for your participation so far. So we're going to make a start, and it's true that in real life, sometimes not all of the guideline panelists can attend the guideline meeting, particularly when we've been doing it virtually through Zoom or Teams or however it is. So one of the other things you sometimes need to establish is what is the quorum, what is the minimum number of people you need to be able to keep going? And my judgment as chair is that we have enough people, so we're going to keep going. So let's get back into the evidence to decision-making process. And just to make you aware, we're going to get to the end of this session. We're going to make our recommendation by 1 o'clock. Then I have a very brief presentation, 10 minutes. So it's not the same as the agenda that you've been presented. We're going to spend 1 hour to make our decision. Then I'm going to give a very brief presentation, and then we have another break. So we haven't got long before we can reconvene over coffee. So where are we with the evidence to decision-making, Paul?
Resources required. There was some discussion by the panel, a clear uncertainty about the resources that may be required. There was no costings available, and so we've put down the judgment by the panel was that the size of the resources required varied. And we've pre-populated this. You have no studies or in-country studies that help inform this. So the certainty of the evidence on the required resources is no included studies. And certainly the discussion seemed to reflect this in that there was uncertainty about the intervention and the resources and the costs. So I think we're happy with that. So now you need to go on to the presence of cost-effectiveness studies that were provided by the panel, and the economists can tell us whether any cost-effectiveness analysis whereby this intervention costs money. It also appears to reduce mortality, so whether there's been any international cost-effectiveness analyses that may be relevant, or any kind of separate formal analysis on cost-effectiveness of this particular comparison.
Okay, so again to the panel that the cost-effectiveness, we need to know whether the extra cost that we are going to pay is justified by the benefits that we're going to receive. Okay, so we reviewed the literature, and we find very few studies that assess the cost effectiveness of this specific intervention. But generally speaking, when we try to assess the cost effectiveness of such intervention, we need also to broaden the scope of the costs. So we need, in addition to the direct medical costs that we spoke about in the previous session, we need also to include the productivity gained from such intervention. So as we see, the increased survival, which means that we're having additional population being productive in the community. That's one thing that we need to think about. But we also need to think about that this increased survival might need further treatment down their longer life. So that's one part to think about. I think the study has also included some aspects. I mean, in addition to the increased life expectancy, it also had few components, but with moderate quality on the quality of life of the patients. So this is also something that we need to highlight and we need to think about. Overall, the literature does not give us firm guidance on this, but this is just a few aspects that we need to think about.
So is it fair, Mr. Chair, to, as the substitute methodologist with Arash going, that we put no included studies in this section, because it's, so there's no research evidence, and the additional considerations, future studies may need to be conducted that bring into account the kind of parameters that you described, sir.
Yes, I think they were the important elements were well highlighted, but we have to accept that we don't have cost effectiveness analyses done at this point. So good to know what the considerations are, but let's move forward.
Okay, so now the panel specifically needs to consider judgments around equity. There's very rarely there's often not research data to help examine the impact on equity. And for many people, this will be a little bit unfamiliar. So what this parameter means is if you introduce introduce the new intervention, if you make a recommendation for what it is you're considering, in this instant specialized stroke multidisciplinary care, what is going to be the population impact of that? What is this likely to do in terms of existing health and access to care differentials in the country? So this is, people struggle with this a little bit, but if, for example, you introduce antenatal care clinics throughout the country that are readily available, close to providers, including poor communities, that would probably not damage health equity. It would be a pro-poor sort of intervention that means that there isn't a differential capture of the services that are being provided. However, if you set up specialist antenatal clinics in the centre of a city and only in centres of the city, that would be likely to increase inequity. It would have an impact on inequity in the country, because it's likely that people that are richer are more likely to access the service. So for the consideration of the panel, you need to consider whether this expense will increase inequity or not, or reduce it. Is it an intervention that benefits particularly low-income groups, because this is an affliction of low-income groups, and these are groups that are more likely to access the service? Or, given that it's in a hospital, what do you know about utilization of care? In India, certainly, there's phenomena called middle-class capture, where hospital services, which are usually expensive, are used by people that are better off. So it's for you to consider how this intervention affects resources and access to care in relation to this. I think is that fair, Mr. Chair?
Yes, so as Paul started to say, this is often difficult to have real hard information on, and it usually doesn't come out of a literature review. What's important is to understand what the considerations are that the panel need to think about. As you can imagine, we've looked at the benefits of the intervention, and we say it is beneficial, it saves lives. We've looked at the harms of the intervention, and we conclude there are negligible harms. We've looked at cost, and we say we don't have enough information, but we have said certain things about cost. We've looked at cost effectiveness, and unfortunately in this instance we don't have the information. But this is a separate domain, because you can imagine an intervention that is very beneficial, it has no harms, it has low cost, it's cost effective. However, it can only be delivered in capital cities, and so people in rural areas cannot benefit from the intervention. And so that would raise the question about equity. So even if it is yes in all the other domains, there's a concern about equity. So that's why equity is a separate domain to the other things that we've thought about up until now. And I'm about to hand over to the panel to hear what they think about equity, but we have a hand up here.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused about this point of equity, because this is a service that you mentioned yourself, that it is cost effective and it reduces mortality. So I think that it's not necessarily to be present in every small hospital, but it can be adopted by big hospitals in the center, like a hub, if you wish. And then it can be, available for everybody outside the city. So I mean that a high technology center is not necessarily to be present everywhere in the country. It should be only present, or it can be only present in the hubs. And then it is available and reachable. This is equity that I see, that it is available and achievable to patients in the periphery. I think that's what I'm thinking.
Quite correct. We have a whole host of important health interventions that have to be based at tertiary level. We can't put everything in a primary care clinic in order to achieve equity. So, but it leads you to want to then consider, how do we ensure that people who live in rural areas have access to the specialized center? So let's go to the panel.
We made a discussion about that, and we don't feel that it will impact the current equity situation, because if we take it now as a benchmark, even if we will not accept the current equity situation, it's still the benchmark now. The patients will go to the same hospitals they have gone to before. So if we are improving the health service in this hospital, we are targeting the same population with no impact on equity.
So what you might think is that there is no impact on equity, probably no impact. Okay. We have two more hands, and then we will make our decision.
I think this will be impacting the equity. The cost effectiveness is going parallel to the patient equity, I think.
It's true. There's often a clear link between the cost of the intervention and the impact on equity. And in this instance, we're not saying that this is a very costly intervention, because we have not concluded that it has a high cost. That may, including cost effectiveness, we cannot say so. But we still need to make a decision about equity.
Just for the sake of the conversation, establishing a stroke unit might block a number of beds for the unit and prevent people utilizing these beds who, if you compare it with the general ward, might have benefited from.
So this is a tough part of the evidence to decision table, but we're getting to the point, I think, of populating this domain.
And we are still in equity, or
probably no.
Probably we said probably no impact.
Probably no impact.
No impact. Yeah.
Okay, so we've made our decision. Let's move on.
So acceptability of the new form of care, or the multidisciplinary care, needs to be a consideration. This is separate to costs and other things. What do people think about patients? What do patients likely to accept this intervention, their families, and other key stakeholders, which includes people in the clinicians in the hospitals and other health workers in the hospital. So all the people that are involved in this implementing this intervention, is this something that they're going to be develop antibodies to? Is this going to be something that they resist? Is it something that patients will not want to happen? What is the view of the panel on the acceptability of this intervention broadly?
And so you have the acceptability from the point of view of the providers of care, and then you also have acceptability from the point of view of the patients who will be receiving the care. And of course, those different perspectives can vary a lot. The importance of those perspectives varies depending on what it is you're talking about. So if we take the example of vaccination for COVID or the wearing of masks, acceptability can vary quite a lot for such interventions for patients and providers, and both aspects are important, because you can have a situation where the providers of care, for the providers it's highly acceptable, let's say vaccination, but for the patients it's not acceptable. And so that's problematic in achieving the ultimate uptake of the recommendation. In this example, it might be that the provider's perspective you have more value on what the providers think than what the patients think. It depends. It can vary depending on the question. But we have the question. We know what question we're dealing with right now, and so let's hear from the panel, and let's hear also whether their decision about acceptability is from the point of the provider or the patient or everybody.
From provider, yes, it's acceptable. And from the patient perspective, it will be yes also. He will gain a lot of care and he will accept this intervention.
I can clearly state the opinion of the patient, because I have been a coronary patient once, and I received a similar service. I definitely agree with the specialized care. I will be under more professional follow-up, and with people who have a focus on my main problem rather than a general ward. So from the perspective of the patients and families, I think they will love it.
Oh, please go ahead. Oh, sorry. But it's often the case when WHO is developing guidelines that, depending on the question, sometimes acceptability information comes from the guideline development panel. So it's the views and opinions of the panelists themselves, which can include healthcare professionals and patients, all as part of the panel, and that's how you answer that question. But for other guidelines, acceptability might be the most important domain out of everything that you're looking for, and you may want to conduct surveys, do focus group interviews in order to get even more information to answer the acceptability question.
I think this probably yes, but additional consideration for this this element, we are looking in depth for the perspective of the healthcare provider only. We need more deep stakeholder buy-in. The patient representatives, the political or regulatory bodies, the media, I think. So more research about this item may be needed.
So a part of a guideline a chapter in a guideline that is often included is implementation considerations. So you've decided to do the guideline, you're recommending the intervention, but you want to include some implementation considerations to say, how do we make sure that that patients come forward to benefit from the recommendation that's being made? So what we're saying here is that yes, it is acceptable, both from the point of view of the provider and the patient. Shall we move forward to, oh, Paul, go ahead.
Yes, so on feasibility, the next criteria, the methodologist has stepped back into the room, so I'm going to grateful for his participation and his support, as always. So we've agreed it's obviously acceptable, and the feasibility of the intervention. Is this intervention feasible to implement? Is it something within the healthcare system that is possible to implement? Is it obviously a no? Is it a probably no? Probably yes, yes, or varies. Is it feasible, given resources and training and so on? Is it something that could be done? The panel could use the microphone while they're discussing things. Because we could hear their debate rather than...
We think about the cost is not very clear till now, so it's probably yes, according to our data, till the cost determined.
You also need to think of the availability of such health worker cadre to provide this service, I mean, whether in specialized centers or all over the country. So you need also to include other aspects than just the monetary terms. So do you have the expertise all over the country that you can, or in specified places that can allow you to roll out this program?
Again, as we mentioned in the equity issue, service will be provided in the same level of hospitals. So I think there will be no problem in redistributing the already allocated resources. For example, for a neuromedicine physician, he is already existing in the hospital, in the same hospital. But the cost is, for us, the cost is a little bit missing. So we say on the national level, it is probably feasible.
About the personnel, also it's maybe training, so it have cost. It's about a cost already.
And also the number. Do we have enough number of neurologists and nurses and physiotherapists to, because you will align them dedicated to such a unit. They will not be allowed to work outside it in their shifts and their own. So they will be sticked in this side. So we have to make sure that we have already enough number to cover all the governments. Yeah.
So at the moment we're at probably yes. We have one more intervention.
For me as a clinician, it should be visible because of the reduced mortality, reduced disability. In long term, it will not be costing. Maybe increase cost on the hospital, but for national program, it will decrease the cost because of recovery early, short stay hospital, quality of life improved, relapse of the treatment will decrease, complication and comorbidity of the disease like bed sores, bedridden problems or comorbidity will decrease. It will save money for the national program, but may increasing cost for the hospital. And
so,
personnel under insurance, it will not increase. Insurance will overcome this problem.
So we have two more comments, and then we will decide on our decision, and we'll move forward.
So for me, this is an interesting issue, whether it's our role as a guideline writers to recommend what's ideal for these patients to have this system of care. For me, yes, it's ideal, or to look at the settings right now and to see it's not feasible because we don't have enough neurologists and enough nurses, so I will not recommend this. This is, I think, a very important issue. From my point of view, personal point of view, that I should put the ideal recommendations that this unit should be available in my country for my patients. And it is the role of the government or whoever is responsible to provide the setting to achieve this goal.
Well, I think this is actually debated a lot at the international level when we have guideline panels. Guideline panel members will have different perspectives on whether the purpose of a guideline is advocacy for what you would like to happen versus what is possible today. And typically you can think about a guideline for treatment of a particular disease where the cost of the drug is super expensive, but by making a guideline recommendation, that could reduce the price of the drug. So the advocacy role of a guideline is a relevant perspective.
For me, I believe that this particular intervention is feasible because let us all agree that every intervention costs resources and costs, whether this is infrastructure or human resource or training or whatever. So any intervention will cost in all cases. And through the analysis and the review of all the parameters that we have been through earlier today, we all agreed that this is a good intervention. It doesn't cost much. It is needed. It has a positive effect. So I would say yes for feasibility. And I can put implementation considerations or recommendations. Then this implementation recommendations would determine whether this is feasible in this setting or not, and so on.
Oh, this is feasibility is getting a lot of attention. I'm coming to you.
First, I wanted to put a comment on certain points. Stroke unit is not like its department as a place for rehabilitation. In a stroke unit, we receive treatment, invasive treatment, RTBE, in the early 4 hours of a stroke. And this reduces the patient stay in the hospital. If he improved, quality of life will improve, and this is a cost benefit. This is the first point. Second point is that it is not related to a neurologist only. In Egypt now, it is planned for all for doctors that work as neurointervention, either neurology or neurosurgery or radiology, and a lot of stuff is present now in Egypt. I think the problem is that to establish a stroke unit in all centers and all types of hospitals, primary and tertiary hospitals, is very difficult. But to make a stroke unit in tertiary hospital in all governments, it will be beneficial.
So can I just clarify, the feasibility is not about the cost. You've dealt with the cost separately. It's given the health system that exists at the time, is it going to be feasible to do it? And you've raised some questions about a supply of health workers, but you've also pointed out that people are getting existing care on general medical wards, so it's a modification. So if, for example, it was in a country where there was all the stroke care was really basically at home, nobody was admitted to hospital, the hospitals were like in the back of Papua New Guinea where I used to work, this would not be a feasible intervention. So it is quite a broad category about, given the state of the health service in the country, is this generally something that makes sense? I think, is that fair to the methodologist? So the panel has come to a judgment that it's probably feasible, which is what you agree, or?
Okay. So we do have two more hands, and then we will absolutely move on because we ultimately have to make a decision.
So I have got understood that the visibility is not as a guideline providers will give a decision which is visible or not, but the policymakers, or I mean the political one, or we can say it, the decision is not for us in which how many neurologists, how many nurses can be specialized. So even if I establish 1 or 2 or 3 units, such units, this will improve the health system in our country. So it could have been an example to improve these guidelines, and we'll provide these guidelines because I want if am I right, and can correct me, Nathan or Paul, if the main job is for the guideline provider or for the panel is the clinical data and how to meta-analysis and how come push this guidelines, but establishing and implementation is not our rule. That's what I think. The most important thing is that to improve our system by establishing some new units, specialized units, providing some more available medications, whatever, like not to prevent patients' interest, best care for the patient. I mean.
Now, I'm just confused because I know that any feasibility study will include cost, and if we agreed that the required resources varies by the panel, so at least I can say probably feasible, but I can't say it's yes, it's feasible, because till now I don't know the required resources. The second thing, for any guideline, I know that clinicians want the guideline to be ideal and the best treatment to be given to the patient, but at the same time you have to think while writing the guideline about implementation, because I can put an ideal guideline and it will not be implemented in this way.
So we are going to move on, but we've heard of, and I'm going to give you the microphone, methodologist, but we have heard a couple of very critical points here about the purpose of the guideline in advocacy for improved care, and we heard also about the part of the guideline that talks about implementation considerations. So one can conclude that the intervention is probably feasible, and at the same time note the things that need to be done in order to improve feasibility. Arash.
Yeah, so first of all, apologies, I had to leave the panel. I had informed the chair in advance, so there was a meeting that I had to go, and actually I was late to that one. My apologies for that one. So the issue is that, I mean, what we are doing now with this sort of criteria is actually a multi-dimensional decision-making approach. So in a way, you separate different dimensions, and then you talk about each one of them one by one to help you to be more systematic. One of the principles there is that you should avoid double counting. That means, for example, you cannot add under resource availability saying that, oh, we don't have enough money, and then under feasibility again saying we don't have enough money. You said it only. So in a way, if feasibility becomes, so that's in response to the sort of confusion that Professor Murad raised. The issue is that feasibility becomes so that if, considering you've dealt with other issues, is that something that is doable? Is it possible? And so in a way, anything you have raised it before doesn't need to come up again here. So because it's one dimension, you sort of divide it between different dimensions and then you consider it. So to me, I mean, I might have deferred in some of the agreement in terms of where to put from those comments. Some of the issues raised, for example, I'm not that sure it's something that is totally acceptable, because I'm not sure the managers of hospitals would actually love such an idea. So in a way, it has a lot of challenges somewhere else. But that doesn't matter, as long as you know sort of where to put those things, and then some of those could become your, because at the end of the day, you are making a judgment, this is something essential for the country to do or not, as a recommendation. And then you might have implementation considerations and bring in many other ideas there. So, and when we get there, we can have more discussion there as well.
So, having got some additional expert inputs, does the panel is still happy with the judgment? Probably feasible? Yeah?
Consensus on that.
A consensus. I like consensus. Paul, back to you.
Thank you so much. And so we're now into, you've gone through all these little sort of sandboxed criteria. If you just tell me which one they are. So yes for this one. Desirable effects are large. The undesirable effects are don't know. And certainty of evidence is moderate. Values, no important uncertainty. Balance of benefits and harms favors the comparison. Varies, where are we? Oh, didn't let me out. Oh, no included studies, so I think we're on that one. So I don't know why I can't.
Intervention, Paul.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm lost now.
Go back
I've
up.
got three.
Go back up.
Sorry? Oh, sorry, yeah. Favours, I'd got on the wrong box and I had instructions from 4 directions. Right, so resources required. Varies, okay. Okay. Certainty of no included studies. Cost effectiveness, no included studies. Pardon, equity. Probably no impact. And acceptability.
Yes.
There's a yes.
Yes.
Pardon? I've got yes. And feasibility?
Probably yes.
Probably yes. Okay. Right, that's it. So, and you will have this on the desk in front of you, hopefully with circles around the various. So this aims to give you the pattern of can you? It's just cut across the pages. Anyway, you've got it in front of you. So it's split across 2 pages there. But as you can see, it's to give you an overall picture of what you've got. You've got a big problem. The desirable effects are large. You don't know about the undesirable effects. You've got pretty moderate certainty of evidence. The values and preferences, there's not a lot of dispute about those. The balance of the effect favours the intervention. However, then it becomes more problematic. The resources are varies. There's little information about this. Cost effectiveness, we don't know. Probably no impact on equity, which is good, acceptable. Probably yes for feasibility. It's over to the panel on the basis of this to make a recommendation.
And just as a general consideration, it can the effect of the intervention, that evidence that we were presented with at the beginning, is one of the most important considerations. Does it work? Is it harmful? But the totality of the picture can lead you to make a decision, even if the clinical evidence is limited or varied, because you might find yourself deciding, well, it's not a very effective intervention and it has some harms, but it's very cost effective, it's very feasible, it's very acceptable, it increases equity, therefore we're going to strongly recommend this intervention, even though the clinical evidence we have is a bit limited. In this example, you have a lot of good evidence, and then you have all of these other considerations as well. So I'm going to hand over to the panel now to find what recommendation we're going to make.
Give us 1 minute. Separate, okay.
We will do it separate? Okay. So for me, I'm strongly recommended for the intervention.
Strongly in favor.
Yeah.
Also strong recommendation for this intervention?
Given the data, all are positives, and the one we are missing, we don't know, but we believe that it will be trivial, like the cost or something like that will never be huge, so I also should give it a strong recommendation.
So when we do a guideline for the World Health Organization, when we reach this point and we make a recommendation, there's usually a round of applause. So we've done our job. But Paul, are there other aspects that we need to look at or not at this point?
Arash, we were talking about...
Sorry, one moment. We have a comment from a panelist. Sorry.
Well, just back to doctor, because as I understanding now, I'm just make it a statement that before going to such a clinical format guideline, we have to look for, is it worthy to have to develop a new guideline or new things by this analysis? Am I right? So if it is strongly recommended to go for it, so the second step is we will go to formal clinical guideline that we will follow inside those units that we are going to establish, or this is a separate entity? Because I'm confused in this such a... Why we do that as a panel of guideline?
The point is, this is the PICO you are addressing. Yeah. So if sometimes you are concerned about both, about the organization of care and also the way the care is given, then you might have actually some clinical PICOs plus some organizational PICOs, and you address all of those. Sometimes you are only addressing the care aspects. So, but here, in this scenario we are playing, your PICO was this PICO, so you are done. But then after this, you might also recommend, we also think the panel recommends a new guideline also on the delivery of care, or we refer the sort of the managers or policymakers that there is a guideline that last year we issued, and all of this is in light of the previous guidelines. So then, but you address your PICOs, so that's the main thing.
This is our PICO. We will follow it in all the guidelines that we are going to do. This
guideline that you are doing, you are addressing your PICOs.
Yeah. So it should be there.
Yeah, it is theoretically okay. It is okay to add PICOs while you are developing. So it's not forbidden, but it's not recommended either. Because I mean, in terms of methodology, so it should be really, really something that you realize if you don't address, the rest of the guideline is going to be compromised. So that's the limitation.
One question. I have a question. Can we just put a scoring system for such a display? I mean, to have it strongly recommended or conditionally when we reach from 5 to 6, 6 to 8, it's not. It will be almost always subjective, and for the clinical, prospective feasibility, and so it's subjective.
These are really good questions, and these are the questions that always arise. The point is, so obviously, this is an attempt to make it close to systematic thinking, so that, I mean, as Paul was explaining, these are the things always panel members internalize. You want actually to make them explicit, you make them clear to the other people to understand. Trying to quantify this doesn't help. But in a way, it also helps you. So let's say, I mean, it's quite feasible, and you will see that definitely in your guidelines. You end up with a picture like this, more or less every answer you've given is favorable, and then someone says, no, I'm not going to recommend. Then so you are not counting, but in a way it helps you to tell you, well, I mean, if you are not going, then tell me why. Because we didn't see that anywhere. So where did it show itself? Why you are still going? So in a way it helps you, but I mean quantifying, because as Nathan mentioned, not all these elements, criteria, are the same weight for every given decision. So the evidence should be the basis. So rejecting the evidence needs really, really, really a strong argument. And you need to be able to defend it really well, which is not, I mean, so to be evidence-based guideline, that's what you need to do. But then the rest of them very much depends, because sometimes you say, this is a small thing, and I'm confident about, but there is another element that is really, really massive. Let's say, for example, you are talking about a specialty that has very limited number for another problem which is much bigger for the country, and if you make a recommendation that the specialty be diverge to another elements, then it becomes a challenge. So then that element suddenly becomes an important factor for you. So in a way, don't quantify, but consider everything. So that's the recommendation.
There is a good example about that. For example, if we are talking about guidelines for disconnecting branded patient in the ICU, here the opinion of the families will have, the acceptability of the family will have a very major weight in contrast with the case we are discussing right now.
Okay, so Paul asked me, with your permission, also some implementation considerations. So first of all, I mean, a lot of good things were discussed by the panel, by the bigger panel. So when you are going to that element, so you bring all of that thinking down. So you also avoid putting the things that are not really that important, because you may discuss a lot of things, but not everything needs to be written. Because remember, when the text goes, people are not with you in the meeting, they just see the text. So your text should be informative, should be complete, but should not be resulting in misconceptions. But then the implementation considerations could be also beyond this and are really important as well. So, so the gentleman back there, he highlighted the issue of, for example, yes, it's something feasible to do, but perhaps not on every type of hospital that we have. So I mean, just I'm raising. So if I'm director of a hospital and you ask me to establish a new ward, how can I do it? Am I going to build a new building? Am I going to empty a floor? Where I'm going to, because establishing a ward needs physical space, and you are not discussing physical space here at all. This is not part of your discussion. So then probably, I mean, the hospital manager come back to you saying that, well, on average, I have only 2 stroke patients per month. How come you ask me to establish a new ward? The other thing you need to think of is that that's why I say the sort of the accessibility may not be that high, because, so just think of it, why other wards are there, but this ward is here and not there? And when I was a medical student, this concept was there. This is not a new concept. Many of you, or few of you are older than me, and when you were a medical school student, the concept was there, but still, why remains a question. We need to ask that. So that means not everybody is accepting it, not everybody going for it. And in countries that usually fee for service is the main earning of the hospital and the main earning of doctors, stroke wards do not generate big money. So in some hospitals, they actually prefer to distribute such patients so that the lack of earning is distributed between different wards rather than becoming concentrated on one ward. So there will be, so these are the things then you need to sit down and think of what are the elements you want to bring. For example, what support you want to give to any hospital that is going to establish for it. On the other hand, you might also consider, am I going to tell every hospital do that? What is the minimum number of hospital beds that justify having a stroke ward? What would be the level of care? What is the total number I want to have in any given population? So, and some of these questions you may not have answered. You may not have evidence for it. So then you put them as questions. So these are the follow-ups that need to be followed. So in a way, that's how you take the implementation consideration further step. And again, the principle is, as guideline members at national level, what you need to know is that no one else has spent as much as you have spent on these questions in terms of time and attention. So your thinking is very deep. Make sure you use that to the best and make it the help of the decision maker after that. Oh, yes, that's a good point. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I was just, saying that, also we need to talk about indicators, that we need to check the monitoring, the implementation of this guideline at country level in your country. So this group also needs to think about the indicators. What should be the indicator to be used by your government to check and monitor the implementation of the guideline? So, thank you.
So a guideline is not, this is an obvious point, but a guideline is not the only document required to make improvements in the health system. A guideline can have a very dramatic effect. A guideline may say, use drug A and not drug B, and the whole country needs to shift, and every patient needs to receive drug A. But in order to make that happen, you have a whole range of other processes that need to be followed. The national drug list needs to change. Prescribers need to change their practices. Algorithms may need to be developed. Training needs to happen, etc., etc. So a lot of action follows, and a lot of other documentation follows after the guideline is produced. But the guideline isn't the only document that needs to contain everything. How are we doing?
So I think we're just getting your presentation on the screen.
I mean, what I would suggest is that for me, at least in my experience, sitting at at WHO headquarters, this exercise has been very realistic of actual guideline development processes. The debates and discussions that we've been having, the disagreements among the panel, the problems with some of the evidence that was put on the table to begin with. Some of the considerations had no information, so we had to make personal judgments because we didn't have studies. Some of the perspectives about the purpose of a guideline, is it advocacy, is it just implementation? The other information that is needed in order to, once you've done the guideline, how it then gets implemented and what else needs to happen. All of this happens in real life. These are everything that has comes up when we're doing guidelines at the international level. So I think that this has been an excellent exercise in understanding the purpose of the evidence to decision-making process. What we have now is a brief presentation. I'm just going to take 10 minutes to run through a couple of extra points, and then I believe we have another break, and then we come back to an important point on adopting other guidelines that are already existing, which was one of the first points made when we came together on Monday morning. Why develop guidelines? We have society guidelines. So Dr. Arash will walk us through some ways in which other people's guidelines can be appraised for consideration of adoption and adaptation at the national level. This presentation really, the main purpose of this presentation is this first slide. It's to make you all aware of this guideline development handbook that is what WHO follows, and it was produced in 2008, so it's 15 years old, but I refer to it on a very, very regular basis, and nothing in this handbook is out of date. It's a very, very solid reference document that will be very valuable for you all. You have copies of the slides, so you don't need to write down this this web link because it will be made available through the slides, and so you'll be able to access the handbook online. The question was asked whether we can provide hard copies, and we're looking into being able to do this. But for now, it's going to be made available. It's certainly accessible and available online. And I was asked to touch on a number of elements that can be found in the handbook. So the role of the guideline development group processes and chairing, management of conflicts of interest, and how to develop text from evidence. This is what we've just been doing for the last few hours. So although in the agenda you will see that this part of the day we were given over an hour and a half to go through this, I'm going to do it in 5 minutes because this is what we've been doing all morning. So the role of the Guideline Development Group, it's the external experts who develop evidence-based recommendations. In today's example, we heard inputs from many people which were super important. And in a guideline development process, you will have many actors in the room. You'll have the guideline development group, then you'll have the systematic reviewers, then you'll have external experts who are giving very precise technical inputs, and all of those inputs are important. But in the end, it's the guideline development group who make the recommendations, not the other actors in the room. So the guideline development group are the ones who formulate the recommendations. It is recommended to keep the guideline development group small, just for efficiency and effectiveness. If you want to reach consensus and make recommendations, don't have 100 people in the room. Try and keep it focused and small. You have a chair and a methodologist. The job of the chair is not to override the guideline development group. The chair is just one member of the guideline development group, and their vote is no more important than anybody else on the guideline panel. But their job is to try and move people through the process and get decisions made. And then you have the methodologist, and the role of the methodologist is to give the guideline development group confidence in the information that's being put in front of them. So the systematic review team will present the evidence they found, and the methodologist will provide a reliable, will walk people through that evidence and give an interpretation of that evidence. And then I mentioned other members who may be. I'm sorry, I wanted to say the guideline development group members include end users, so program managers and health professionals, clinical experts, other groups affected by the recommendation. It could be patients, it could be representatives of patient associations, and other technical experts. It depends on the topic of the guideline. So group processes and chairing, we talked about this at the beginning. Define the purpose of the meeting. The chair ensures that all members can present their views, that there isn't just a limited number of people talking. The chair will deliberately look towards guideline members who may be silent. They've been invited because their perspectives are important, so it's important that they are given the opportunity to express their views. Recommendations to be made through consensus, and the chair is just one vote among many members. And a plan needs to be put in place before the meeting starts to ensure what happens if consensus can't be reached. Usually it's a vote, and you need to decide what constitutes a majority. Is it 50%? Is it 70%? But before you go to a vote, you need to take several steps to try to achieve that consensus. Consensus is the desirable way to formulate recommendations. Management of conflicts of interest. We talked about this a lot at the beginning, but to reiterate that there are different types of conflicts of interest to consider. The financial conflicts of interest, which can be having investments in the manufacturers of a product that is being considered for guidelines. Non-financial conflicts of interest, involvement in research, personal positions and affiliations of societies and so on. And the point is that conflicts of interest get managed. It's not simply in or out. You consider if it's an important conflict of interest, and if it is important, that person may be recused when it comes to formulating the recommendation, but they can be involved in every aspect up to that point because they have important things to, additions to make to the whole process. Developing recommendations, you use the evidence decision tables. We just did this. The first question is yes or no. Having gone through all of this process, do you have enough information to make a recommendation or not? Usually you would. It's very rare that you decide not to make a recommendation because you've come all of this way, you've gone so far, so you would normally have enough information to then make a recommendation. The recommendation, is it strong or is it conditional? Is it a recommendation in favor of the intervention, or is it a recommendation against the intervention? You can imagine a situation where Egypt is currently using a particular treatment, but new information has come to light to say that that treatment has harmful effects. And so the purpose of developing the guideline is to actually recommend against using that particular treatment. And you want to, I'm almost done, so I'll hand over in one moment. And when you formulate the recommendation, you want to make actionable statements. So you don't simply recommend that that a particular intervention is used. Ideally, you want to be able to say who is delivering the intervention, what the intervention is, where the intervention gets delivered, and when for certain interventions. So actionable statements, so that the readers of the guideline are clear who does what in what circumstances. I do believe that was the end of that part of the presentation, and we have a hand up.
So what is exactly the meaning of conditional recommendation? So it's not clear for me.
It's true that we didn't touch on that in the exercise. I don't know if Paul, you want to touch on it, or Arash.
Yes, I mean, I actually think we should give you a handout as to what conditional and strong recommendations are, because it's a really important point. So a strong recommendation is basically where policymakers would all agree that this is a good thing to do, and there would be very few clinicians that would disagree with what is being proposed. It would be a pretty firm consensus that this intervention is the right thing to do. This is the correct recommendation. It doesn't mean it should be done very strongly. It just means that there's very little residual equipoise in given all the factors that have gone into the consideration. Conditional recommendation, and I normally need to have the wording in front of me because I can't remember it exactly, but it means where there is the panel recommend that this happen, but they appreciate that there are other policymakers or clinicians that may decide otherwise, dependent on local situations or dependent on the patients or the availability of resources. So it's pointing in the right direction, and it's suggesting that, you know, that the guideline might need to be considered more carefully at a local level by the clinicians, or it may actually mean that you may wish to discuss the options with the patients about what they want from the treatment, given the benefits and harms. Is that that's my memory of conditional recommendations. Now, what panels try and do, particularly if they have strong advocacy people on the panel or people with very strong views, is to create aspirational guidelines, which was something we were talking about earlier on, and to make strong recommendations because they think that that's important to push the policy through, even if the evidence isn't quite at that level. So there's the methodologist in the panel, their job is to try and push back a little on making a lot of strong recommendations in order to politically move the guideline forward in some way. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah.
My question is a technical and ethical point. Should we report the degree of consensus or disagreement in the panel decision in the recommendation? For example, we made a strong recommendation based on 70% agreement in voting. Should we explicitly report that in the recommendation? Because I sometimes see it. They say 96% agreement. Or should we ignore this?
You should try and aim for a consensus, really. You might end up, I mean, the problem, you would, if it was a strong recommendation and there wasn't consensus, you might then start reflecting that in it becoming a conditional recommendation, because not everybody on the panel would sign up to it, and you know, despite discussions.
But I don't have to report a number.
You may report in the sort of the description of how you did the guideline at the very beginning. You might define how decisions were made, but you wouldn't repeat that throughout the whole guideline. However, if there are, so a guideline typically contains many recommendations, and it might be for some one or more recommendations there was important disagreement. So, and therefore it would be transparent to note the disagreement. You wouldn't need to name the individuals, but you would just note the concerns. Yeah.
I mean, the point is, so you have a sort of panel. It is, I mean, everyone's view is really important. You look at the evidence, everything process goes there, and the panel reaches a decision that is fair. So then the arguments is put there. My personal view, and also I don't see it much, being different from this, is that you describe your methodology under methodology, but don't repeat how many people voted for this one and that one and that one. As Nathan mentioned, so if there are sort of a recommendation is actually had less support, you have more concern then, and obviously that those concerns are better described there. Just bear in mind, what happens in the end is that if you have about 10, 15 recommendations, probably some of your most important recommendations are the ones that are most difficult to do. And if you keep giving excuse to people not to follow them in the way do you report it, you actually end up people select the things that are easy to do but don't change anything, and leave anything that is difficult. Say, oh, you saw that also one of them didn't like it. So you really need to, do the process really well. But when you come as a panel, like what we say we are a cabinet together, we can disagree, we can fight in the meeting. When we go out of the cabinet, we are the cabinet. We are not individuals anymore. So the report that comes out is the report of the panel. So if someone is so against it, they should actually make it sure they are against it. They cannot end up with a recommendation and being a member and then going out and saying that I didn't like that or didn't like that. Because then you actually kill the whole purpose. As I said, the most important recommendations, 90% of the time, actually the most difficult to do. And if you give me the manager of a hospital, the director of public health somewhere, that do not have enough money, do not have enough staff, I'm really busy already, you give me a list and you give me excuse not to follow, which ones I'm not going to follow? The ones that are difficult. As simple as that.
To comment to this point, we have a very great example, which is the GNC 8 that followed by sprint trial. And it was reported that at the GNC 8, there were some people from the group, they withdrawn from the consensus guideline. They don't like what was there, or they didn't like it. And that's why they were the cornerstone to reappraise the guideline. So I think it's if you feel like strong feeling that you are not with the current guideline and you are one among the cabinet, especially if this account for 25 or 30% of the people, they should raise their voice.
No, raising the voices, no, the point is, let's go back again a little bit. So let's say if in a UN body, when countries come there, even if 99% of countries have said yes, and I'm representing my country that is not agreeing, I cannot change the decision, but I can say I was against it. I'm representing my country. So I'm in the UN as my country. National panel, you are not there representing your specialty. You are a member of a panel. So you are representing the perspective not to defend the right of your group, you're actually representing to make sure the panel makes the right decision. So it's a different from political, what we call, I don't know, so tahaffuz, whatever. So I mean, when you actually, that's a different thing. But if there is a major issue that is very important challenge, you raise it in the panel, it becomes part of decision making, then the decision doesn't come as a recommendation, it actually comes with some certain criteria. You may actually, I mean, if you are so much against it, I mean, then you better resign out of the panel rather than sort of being part of it and then going and undermine it afterward. That's the issue. So here is like a sort of, I mean, you need to think of that, I was, yeah, so, sorry, Paul. Sorry, I know you wanted to close now, and everybody probably has. But I was doing a sort of touristic visit to beautiful city of Suez recently, and I was sitting with a few friends in a park, and there was a community of a family sitting in the park chatting with each other. Very clearly, someone had fight with someone there. And so there were ladies and gentlemen, and they were raising, and then suddenly one of them becomes angry, stands up, and then he said, just please sit down, let's discuss. And so we observed that for about half an hour, and then everybody started kissing each other, so everything resolved. So that's the guideline panel. So either you end up with a fight, and then it's a fight, but if you kissed each other, then that's your decision. So you cannot go out and saying that, well, I'm still against it. So that's the main point. So it's very different from political decision making. So you're actually bringing your knowledge, expertise, and you expect to be challenged. You expect that people tell you, well, you are wrong. The evidence might show that you are wrong. You can also challenge other colleagues, etc. And then that's the process you do it. If you cannot reach agreement, you do not reach agreement. But if you reach agreement, you reach agreement. So that's how it goes. So. Otherwise, I mean, there is no benefit because, as I said, I mean, everything goes out. I mean, there are, as also Paul summarized very nicely just a few minutes ago, there will be people, even for a strong recommendation, that they don't like it. So it's not about that you come out with something that everybody will say, wow, wow, wow. Probably if everything was like that, you didn't have a question anyhow to start it because people were doing it already if everybody was in agreement with it. So in a way, so the exceptions might happen, but the exceptions are not expected. So these are the expected things are the process we discussed. The only word I want to add to this is that when you do recommendation, so that's something I want to just emphasize further on what Nathan had in the slide. Recommendation is recommendation. So you want me to go out of the room, what do you tell me? You say, go out of the room. You don't tell me, going out of the room is a beautiful thing that is nice. It's not a research finding. We see guidelines that they actually give you research finding. Drug A is better than drug B, and drug B is better than drug C, and the people who have drug A are happier or whatever. No, if you are recommending, you say, prescribe drug A. Give first-line treatment to drug B. If you are not sure, you make it also clear. I'm not sure drug A or B, but don't leave it as drug A is like that, drug B is like that. So you make it, and then the language, the verb you use, very much depends on whether it's a strong recommendation or conditional recommendation. And we are hoping that, for example, as the national program in Egypt goes forward, there could be a sort of a guide that would say, if you have a strong recommendation, use these verbs. If you're conditional, so it becomes also an editorial process. But otherwise, you don't want confusion. So just remember, you are recommending. As you ask your child to do something, you ask them to do something. You don't sit down and say, there are 5 research saying that doing that is good, another 5 saying that is not that good, and I'm going to analyze to tell you later. You give the recommendation, so that's the main important thing.
Please go ahead. Yeah, please. I have a simple question, yeah. It has been very interesting 2 or 3 days discussing the core of the guidelines and how to develop a guidelines. My simple question is about the format. I believe that we are deciding for a universal format for the Egyptian guidelines. So may I ask, is this the final format that will be published? I mean, the kind of recommendations, whether it is strong recommendation against or strong for the intervention, because we have in cardiology other formats. So have we decided about the format or not yet?
So, I mean, I'm continuing because I was talking, so that's the only reason. Otherwise, colleagues can cover that really well. The point is, this is your documentation of how you made the decision. This becomes part of your panel report. The formats, I mean, different countries do different things. There are also programs that they don't do a really good job in terms of format. I'm sorry to say, WHO doesn't do a good job with format yet. If you look at WHO guidelines, some of them are in one format, some of them are in the other. We are working on how to make it better. So one good approach that you can look at, and almost everyone here is familiar with that, is, for example, the NICE approach. NICE has a book that is a report of the guideline, and then there is something they call it the guideline itself. That's only recommendations and implementation considerations and evaluation things, the things that are about doing, so that becomes the guideline. But then you would have, I mean, was it you or another, I think another colleague, first they mentioned, for example, patient pamphlet, there could be a sort of flow chart, there could be processes. So you decide about the formats that help the process of reporting, but the main thing is to be clear and explicit on every steps. I mean, right now, everything should also be on a mobile so that your junior doctors can actually find it. So those are everything that you really need to bear in mind in terms of format. But we are not at this stage discussing the format. So.
I think I also understood that is it about strong versus conditional, or is it A1, A2, A3? There are different guidelines around the world that use different ways of saying whether a recommendation is strong or conditional. And Paul will add, but what I'm seeing, so certainly in WHO, we use that format, strong versus conditional. We don't have A, B, C, D, or any other way of creating a hierarchy of recommendations. And what I see beyond WHO is that this grading of recommendations, strong, conditional, is increasingly being adopted as the standard approach. So, I would certainly suggest that the strong versus conditional format is in the end the most reliable format for end users being able to understand the importance of a recommendation. But over to you.
So I think this is a useful point to wrap up before coffee. As I explained a couple of days ago, there for years there's been different systems for grading the evidence, for the strength of recommendations and so forth, and it was really quite confusing. 3A evidence, so some groups separated evidence from the recommendation, some groups conflated them together. It was incredibly confusing, and I did show some slides of all the many confusing systems, and everybody agreed that they were confusing but they were being generated at a national level or by societies and so on. So alongside the criticism of the WHO for related to evidence-based decision-making in the past, that this prompted and helped facilitate and catalyze the establishment of the grade process. And the grade process was set up by 300 or 400 people, maybe now thousands of people have been involved, all of them guideline developers, methodologists and specialists who are meeting every year and have had grants and have developed a unified system, which is largely being adopted it's being more and more adopted by different agencies. It's not in the US, I think, it's being adopted by a number of agencies, but so it is a unifying system. So that is the system that we are presenting to you here, mainly because we are most familiar with it, but also because it's a lot more advanced methodologically than any other system. And so that brings me to the roundup, really, which was, we talked about the grade system being so clever, separating off the evidence from the decision making. That's so such an important part of the process, unpicking the systematic review from the decision making. We did the systematic review stuff yesterday, and today we've done the evidence to decision making. And you will have seen now, I hope, how the grade committees, the methods working groups of over the last 15 years have teased out the factors that are also important into decision making. There are other into these categories that feel a little bit unfamiliar to begin with, but the aim is to tease them out, sandbox them, and then not get this double jeopardy that we talked about of the costs are dealt with here, the feasibility is dealt with here, and then you come back and revisit them and make these recommendations, which are either strong or conditional. It's quite a complex process, and it's rather difficult to teach it sort of theoretically by going through it. So on that note, that you were guinea pigs with this approach, so using a fishbowl type technique. So I'd like to say thank you to the chair and to the methodologists and all the panel. Let's give them a big clap. And break for coffee now. Thank you.
So yes, we come back at 2 o'clock, and at that point we're going to look at the process of adopting other guidelines.
We'll be doing the appraisal exercises for 3 of our national guidelines after the break. And if you could please also join us for, there's going to be some extra cake celebrating Dr. Mehernaz's birthday today, so we can all wish her happy birthday. And you're more than welcome to join us. So Nathan, when are we back? Did we say when we were back? مساء الخير يا جماعة. Good afternoon. If we can please get started for the afternoon session to avoid any delays in the time you leave. So in this session we will be doing appraisal of 3 Egyptian guidelines that have been recently revised using the Agree tool, the Agree 2 tool. And if I can please invite Dr. Arash to lead us through this session, please. Thank you.
Okay, shukran. Thank you, Riha. Well, what we are going to do, some of you who were with us in November last year, so I mean, we are familiar on how Agree works, Agree 2 works, and how we are going to use it and different elements of it. In terms of the process, what I'm going to talk about is actually now is quite easy after about 3 days of technical discussions, why appraisal matters. You saw so many places that a guideline may not do the ideal work in terms of the process, quality of evidence, but also in terms of answering your questions. So that's why the appraisal always matters. So just doing a bit of background on that, and then when we get to Agree, I will ask Dr. Riham to sort of introduce the guidelines that will be subject to the review that we do, and then we go through Agree while we are also appraising the guidelines at the same time. So in a way, it would be learning by doing at the same time, and then the result will be also useful to the country. I understand also the representatives from some of those guideline panels are also with us today. So I get to that point as well, so in a few seconds. Okay, so when we talk of appraisal, is that about sort of what is a good guideline, and then you appraise it against what is a good guideline. So that's the reason what to do. And as any other product, human product, when you do appraisal and external, you may not be able to appraise everything. It's not possible because you see it as an observer from outside, but how best we can do it, that's the purpose of the process. So I'm trying to get this moving. It doesn't like moving. So it's not connected to it. So if I can do it now by hand, so while... Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, so first of all, I mean, the premise of this workshop, the premise of national program, everything, so I mean, although it's very obvious, but it's worth relating to it again. We believe guidelines can work. That's why we are doing it. Otherwise, I mean, we don't do guidelines. And we know the guidelines work if they are implemented. So that's also the premise. So this is the condition that we are working on it. And if a guideline works, I mean, especially at national level, the amount of time and energy we put in developing it will be easily surpassed by the benefit it gives to the society. Even if the benefit it gives a small fraction of the total problem. Let's say you have problem of underdiagnosis of depression or something else that is much more understandable, asthma. I I don't have any figure for Egypt, but I would easily say probably there is 50% under diagnosis of asthma in the country. Let's say you develop a guideline for asthma and you make 50% under diagnosis, you make it 45%. So that's, if I'm looking at, I want to make improvement, you might say, oh, it's only 10% of the 50%, so that's 5% of total, 10% of the problem, that I have the improvement there. But just think of it, 10% is how many people? And then if you think of the number of people that are better diagnosed and probably better managed as a result of that, then you see the whole cost. So even if the improvements it gives you doesn't solve the problem fully, the benefit it gives you is substantial. Obviously, we don't aim for that level of improvement. We really want it to be much better than that. But what I'm saying is that, because something you always see is that, oh, we had a guideline, and you see there is a still problem. Yeah, of course there is a still problem. I wish there wasn't, but having a still problem doesn't mean the guideline wasn't useful. So that's the thing we need to be aware of. So, but at the same time, the quality of guidelines matter. There are many low-quality guidelines. There are many guidelines around that they have also conflict of interest that is not declared in it, but inherent. So a guideline that is supported by a pharmaceutical company because they want their products to be used in a certain way. They want, for example, to, maybe even the people who were on the panel didn't have that conflict of interest, but the way the data is presented to them, they issue. So some countries even, they have rules to avoid. It's not just that you ask the members of the panel for conflict of interest. For example, any source used as evidence should also be clear. So then in a way you don't allow that the pharmaceutical company said, oh, we haven't published this result yet, but we give you the data so that you use it in guideline. So in many countries, you are not allowed to use such a data. If it's not out there, it cannot be used in the guideline development process. So the pharmaceutical company is sort of required to get it out, becoming public knowledge, and then use in the, so that to avoid this sort of biases. And there are, I mean, if you look at the number of guidelines, the absolute majority of them are developed by sort of groups that may not represent the national interest as a whole. There are many local guidelines as well. So there could be a sort of, in a clinical world, many experienced clinicians, they develop guidelines for their ward, for residents, and so they're valuable, but that doesn't mean they cover all the aspects that you are required. So obviously for a purpose, then obviously we should also realize the guideline puts, so just think of the discussion we had. So we were talking of implementation problems, feasibility issues, cost issues. So any one of those, that's a challenge, that's a burden on someone. That someone is a doctor, is a nurse, is a pharmacist, is a hospital manager, is the insurance organization, is the Ministry of Health. So if that recommendation is not correct, that burden is really bad. I mean, that's harm to the society rather than benefit. So that's why you need good guideline, because guideline has effects. So it should be good guideline so that those effects are worthwhile and those challenges are worthwhile. Okay, so in terms of what is a good guideline, I mean, these are just, this is a historical, so it goes back to 1990. And so from Institute of Medicine of the US, and they defined the attributes of good guideline. What you can see here, I mean, they had within their attributes, and for many years, the main focus was the validity of evidence that is used to that, and the process of methodology. Later on, and as you can see in Agri 2, more and more focus was given on implementation aspects, on editorial independence, so those things were realized. You can't just talk about the sort of whether it's the best research being used into that. It's actually also making up all the aspects are done properly, especially implementation side of it. And this is related to a study I did many years ago. So in terms of, so the study focused on the issues of what makes a guideline to be used. So it wasn't how to develop it. So we asked doctors and nurses, mainly doctors in particular, asking them, so why didn't you use this very good guideline? And what prevented you not using the guideline? And these were the issues that were identified. So, and that, obviously there were also questions about the guidelines they had used. So credibility of content, so it's a good methodology, it's reliable, the source. Credibility of the source. Who has signed the guideline? Do I trust the person behind the guideline? That's why, I mean, the last few days, so much we are discussing why it's important to be transparent, why it's important to be rigorous in the process, because it's the issue of the trust. Then the presentation, the comments that we had also today, sort of what is the position of key people? One of the reasons that you want the panel to be representative is that to make sure the guide interpretation of evidence is correct, the recommendations are valid and relevant, so that's correct. But the other reason is that people need to see themselves presented there. So a guideline comes and then you say, why aren't you following? You say, they didn't know my environment. I couldn't see any internal internists in the panel. They don't know how I work. The people who were discussing were super specialists. They didn't know my environment, they didn't know my patient. So when you have representative, you actually sort of have the influential people, influential groups represented. So society, etc. Organizational factors we discuss, and also the disease itself. For certain guidelines, a message is enough. For another guideline, you really need to change everything to make it possible. Let's say any guideline that aims to improve diagnosis and treatment of depression would be extremely difficult to implement, because of the nature of the depression, that the disease itself is complex. But if the sort of the guideline is what is the first line of treatment for an uncomplicated essential public health, essential hypertension, the first line of treatment, if the medicine is also available and cheap, implementation is not that difficult. Doctors may find it, they may not want to follow it for one reason or the other, but if they want to follow it, it's easy to do that. So the nature of the disease itself also affects whether the guideline is successful or not. And then, the last one, dissemination strategy, the way that we follow after the guideline. Okay, now we get to the Agri. The Agri has a long history. I mean, several countries were behind it. The study was coordinated by a very good team in Canada, McMaster University, so they work they got a sort of a budget from, no, actually, I think the original Agri poll was in the UK. The origin was in the UK, yes, and then it moved to McMaster later on. So it was a sort of European budget. They tested it in several countries at the same time, and then the first Agri came out, and then the Agri 2 with minor adjustment here and there, but in minor important adjustments, which is now being followed internationally. So it's the best tool we have for appraisal of guidelines at the moment. And because it works easily and also recognizable with many people, so people are not even trying to change it. So if probably anyone wants to do that, would go through the same process. Anyhow, okay, so let me also show this slide, and then I stop and hand over to Riham for a bit of explanation about what we are going to do. Agri has a structure, 6 domains. So you go from domain to domain. So for every domain, there are questions. You look at the guideline, you answer those questions, and then we go to the next domain. So the domains are as the following. So consider each domain as one of those attributes that I had some examples in previous slides. So is the scope of the guideline clear? Is it clear why the guideline is being produced or not? Believe me or not, there are guidelines that you read them, you don't know why the guideline has been written. It's difficult for you to identify. You have to go to page 10 to realize what was the purpose of the guideline in the first place. But anyhow, and we will describe each one of them. So I'm not going to do that now. I mean, we will describe each one of them when we get there, because there are clear questions. Are the stakeholders involved, like the panel we had today? So are those people who matter for this guideline are involved in the guideline development, have been involved in it? Has the guideline followed rigorous methodology? So this is about systematic review, economic evidence, decision-making processes, search strategy, everything that is about the content, the main message of the guideline itself. Is it clear to understand? Is it well presented? Is it useful in that sense in terms of presentation? Is it applicable? So can it be applied to the context I have, what is asking for? So that's the implementation side of it. And then the last thing is about editorial independence. So issues of conflict of interest linked with the the source of budget or the source of other power influences. So whether the guideline committee can be considered as a group that made independent decisions based on the best conscience and evidence that is available to them. So these are the questions. If you count them together, these are 23 questions in total, 21 questions in total. But there are 2 additional items. So you do that for 6 domains, but then agree to ask you actually, okay, fine, now stop. I ask you a question. I don't ask you to count them together. I ask you to overall, you tell me, is it a good one or not? And is it do you recommend it or not? So that's the decision of adopting a guideline. So if here you say yes to the last 2 questions, and then the previous questions you are doing fine in terms of responses, that means it's a guideline that you may actually adopt, to accept it as a national guideline, for example, for your country. Sometimes you also find challenges there. So yes, a good one, but I need to do that, and I need to do this, and this needs to be repeated, and then you adapt it, which again, the methodology we've been discussing. And if you don't find it reliable, then obviously you may put it aside, but it might have elements that is useful to you anyhow. For example, they found 2 systematic reviews, then you say, oh, okay, I shouldn't miss those. So that help gets to you. So in total, it's about 23 questions that you answer. There is a process to do that. So usually we say there should be minimum 4 people that answer every question. So in a way, it's not one person responding. So you can sit in a panel, review the question together, but individually you respond. So you don't need to have consensus. But it's really helpful to talk to each other, because sometimes you haven't seen something. You say, well, it's not clear who was behind it. And then someone says, no, look at page 25. It's written there. So you correct each other factual issues that you haven't seen. But if you don't agree in terms of understanding or interpretation, then you don't agree. You give the mark that you have, and then the collective view will be considered for each domain. And each question, when you answer, is a 7-point Likert scale. So it's a range that you strongly agree or strongly disagree. So that's it. So I stop here before going to the domains. So I think the next one I start, yes, it's start the domains themselves. So maybe that's a good time, Riham, to tell colleagues about the guidelines that are there.
Thank you, Dr. Arash. I just want to clarify one thing, please. I think I might have missed it. So when we're using the agree tool in each of the domains, if as a panel, do we make a collective decision as we go along, or does each individual rate? And then the chair, for example, will take the overall opinion. So can you please just clarify this? I might have just missed it.
Each item you individually vote on it. You do the assessment together, you discuss with each other. You may actually sometimes raise it together, but individually you vote. When it comes to the domain itself, so those numbers are, AGDI suggests a formula to how to combine them together. So it's an adjusted mean calculation. So it's a simple thing that you do that. But when you are doing that, let's say we come to the time of the sort of collective, collecting all the views, and then she says, I've given a strongly disagree to that, or say a score 1, and you've given a score 7, so it's very different. Then you say, okay, what was your reason? Then you discuss those justifications, you may adjust. You say, no, I'm not going to say 1, I make it 3, and you make your 7 but become 6 or 5, and then you do that. So that's totally fine. As you can see in the process, we actually put our justification of why we are giving as a note to ourselves, but we also use it as a sort of a discussion point for colleagues.
So we have 3 guidelines, 3 national Egyptian guidelines. One is the Egyptian Clinical Practice Guideline for kidney transplantation. Another is for tonsillectomy in children. And the third is otitis media with effusion in children. So these are adapted from the Egyptian Clinical Practice Guidelines. You're all going to be receiving one of those, which is an agreed to instrument or tool. So this is going to be distributed now. And then we are going to have, I don't know, how do you want to divide the groups? So we have three guidelines that we're going to be appraising based on this tool. I don't know how you'd like to do the 3.
So then probably means that I would need to ask the gentleman here, so join one of the groups that is less, maybe, I mean, sort of also Magdi yourself, so join another group. So let's say if we end up and 2 gentlemen over there, so if you also join maybe this table here, so then it becomes 5 colleagues there. So in a way then we will, so yeah, I mean, if you distribute as such would work.
And if there is someone with ENT specialty, please can you raise your hand? I believe we have one of the professors involved in the ENT guidelines. ENT specialty? Maybe he, okay. And sir is from for the kidney transplantation. So just to make sure that we have the clinical specialties aligned. So if we can do, I think the groups are going to be too big if they're going to be 3 groups. Shall we do like 2? Yes, okay. So shall we say kidney transplantation, no? Yeah. Okay.
So each table will be on one guideline.
Okay.
So each table is one guideline.
We're
because
distributing this.
Colleagues can discuss with each other, they raise their points, they can say it.
So 1, 2, and 3 on kidney transplantation, is that okay?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. 1, 2, and 3 kidney transplantation, is that okay? 1, 2, and 3 tonsillectomy?
Malika is distributing.
No, this is the agreed.
Oh, this is the agreed? Oh, this is not the guideline.
No. So 1, 2, 3 on tonsillectomy, tonsillitis? Was it tonsillitis or tonsillectomy? Is that okay? And then Noor? Kidney, yes. ممكن اطلب من حضراتكم ان انتم تبقوا مع الجروبس الثانيه علشان ما يبقاش ترابيزه لوحدها. فيعني مثلا لو ممكن افهم دي تول بس حالا هتيجي الجايد لاينز. ممكن مثلا الترابيزه اللي ورا فاضيه شويه. ممكن اوتايتس ميديا. خلاص اوتايتس ميديا. دكتور ممكن اوتايتس ميديا. ممكن هنا اوتايتس ميديا. مش مشكله هو اصلا كده يس اوتايتس ميديا. ممكن نعمل اوتايتس ميديا. الدكتور كان موجود هنا النهارده، كان اعتقد على الترابيزه دي، مش عارفه اسمه الحقيقه، بس كان استاذ واحد من الناس مش نفرولوجي، ENT. قطعة ميديا ولا ماشي ما فيش مشكلة. الكيدني ترانسبلانتيشن Dr. Arash, do we have a time limit for the exercise? Okay. This is kidney transplantation.
Yeah, they want to work on
حضرتك جالكم اي جايد لاين لسه؟ طب ممكن change of plans ونعمل kidney transplantation.
Okay, colleagues. So first of all, I want to give you some background information. So these guidelines were selected among a list of guidelines that have been developed in Egypt prior to the establishment of this national center. But these are guidelines that are candidate to become national guidelines if they pass the process, etc.
Then it's this group.
At the same time, the teams behind the development of the guidelines are aware of this exercise, so they know these are coming forward. And they know that when someone appraises your work, people ask questions, people make comments, so they are happy to be criticized as well. So it's appraisal, so we do it an open discussion in terms of process. So don't worry to ask questions, and colleagues who have had a role in it, please don't be offended if someone asks a question about the work you have done. So this is not about the value of the work, this is about the process. Lastly, the text you are receiving is not everything they have published. So we selected certain experts, excerpts of it that is manageable, more or less. Even this is too long. So anyway, there could be further information somewhere that you don't have it. But it's fine, we focus on the text we have in front of us. Okay. Maybe, so can I have your attention, please? Colleagues. So for the first maybe 3-4 minutes, go quickly, review the guideline quickly from back to forth. So you don't have to read it all. Just make sure you see all the sections, subsections, because when we get to question, you know where to find the information. Just look at the guideline, get a glimpse of it, and then we go together through the agree questions one by one. So focus on the guideline. Let's put aside the agree, just look at the guideline at this stage. I couldn't get the fruit. I missed it too. Okay, colleagues, let's start. Let's go one by one through the agri domains. So remember, we are doing an exercise which is useful to the process in Egypt. So we look at real guidelines that have been developed in Egypt. At the same time, we are also training with each other at the same time. So let's also give enough attention to agri itself, because then next time you need to do it yourself. So, or maybe you train others. It's easy to train others if you listen carefully. So that's not a difficult thing to do. Okay. So the first domain is scope and purpose. So now you can, while you have guideline in front of you, also look at the scope, the relevant section in the agri tool, and then we go question by question. Colleagues, I will give you time to discuss amongst yourselves. So, but please let me explain the questions. All of us are the same understanding of the questions, and then you can discuss. You will have time to do it among yourselves. So there are questions here that ask one by one. Is the overall objective of the guideline specifically described? Yes. Yeah, no, fine. I'm not asking you. I'm just asking whether this question is clear. Yeah, the question, this is, I think, very straightforward. So so I look at it, I know this is guideline for, let's say, adults who have chronic renal function for which they might be candidate for transplantation. I'm just summarizing something like this. So the second question is that, are the PICOs, the health questions covered by the guideline, are specifically described? So again, you need to be able to find the question very clearly, saying that these are the questions we have answered. These are the questions we are addressing, the main questions we are addressing. The third item that you are responding here, are there sort of the population, the wider group that the guideline is going to apply to is specifically. So, what should I do? Sorry. Shall I go there or? Okay, okay. I mean, no, the point is, no, Egypt, country of his colleagues in WHO are doing a good job. They are actually recording it. They want to be able to use it for other groups later on. And when I go too close to the camera, it's a challenge. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so please remind me if I became too close to you. So the population is very clearly described. Let's say, for example, the question is about at the level of patients at the hospital level, primary care level. I mean, certain elements. So it's very clear to whom is applying. You can see, you can understand what the issues we discussed under scope and PICOs previously on the first day of the workshop. So that's it. So maybe 5 minutes among yourselves, you can discuss, you can also respond individually. But what is important is that for each question, you answer the sort of on the Likert scale, starting from strongly disagree to strongly agree, so from 1 to 7. But then there is a space for you. Yeah, so whatever comments come to your mind, make a note. Because when it comes to the time of discussion, you do that. So 5 minutes individually, don't talk to each other. Do your marking first, and then we start the discussion among the group. So please also discuss among yourself. I see that already you are doing that. So maybe 2-3 minutes, we close this element, we go to the next. Is that enough? You need more time? Yeah, only these 3 questions. So 2-3 minutes, we close this domain, we go to the next domain. This is the easier one, so the others are a little bit more difficult. Okay, are we ready to go to the next domain? Anyone needs more time? Do you need more time? Okay, let's go to the second domain. Is that okay? I see all of you are very busy discussing, but I don't know. Someone tell me, is that okay to go to the next domain? Shall we go to the next domain? Yes? Okay. You are in the... Come on. I mean... Okay. So the second domain is a stakeholder involvement. So this, I mean, we discussed quite a lot, and we saw it in the mock panel we had today. So the guideline development group includes individuals from all the relevant professional groups. So this needs 2 considerations. One is that your understanding that who are the relevant professional groups. Because you can't just theoretically say these are the professional groups that are involved. You need to think of really who is involved. So for example, I mean, for kidney transplantation, you might think of urologists, of course, and then nephrologists could be, then obviously nurses, immunologists, could be sort of pharmacy elements, etc. Whoever those relevant disciplines are. The second question, the views and preference of the target group population have been solved. This is a tricky question, okay? Guidelines may address this in different ways, and that might affect the way you mark from 1 to 7 onto this one. So some guidelines, they bring a patient representative, as we heard earlier today from a colleague, patient representative as a member of the panel. So that's sort of a patient that, for example, in this case, has been subjected to kidney transplantation. So then they also expressed, we had a patient representative there. Just having one patient representative doesn't make it that you have all the views of the users, but it's helpful, very helpful. Some guidelines, they may do a survey of the users collecting data. Sometimes they do a review for that. They look at what paper has been published in Egypt about the experience of users. But whatever they've done, they explain it in terms of process. Sometimes in the process, when they have the first draft of potential recommendation, they actually share it with users for feedback. saying that what do you feel? Or ask, for example, some clinicians, can you consult with your patients or your team saying that if this recommendation come to you, what would be your reaction? And then they collect those reactions and look at their recommendations again as a user perspective. So, but then whatever they've done, you need to find it. So that's you're assessing what you see, basically. So the third question is, are the target users of the guideline are clearly described? So is it a guideline for nephrologists? Is it a guideline for urologists? Is it a guideline for hospital manager? Is it a guideline for sort of, I don't know, insurance organization? Of course, it doesn't apply. But anyway, so it would be clear who is the person who is supposed to implement the guideline. So they should clarify. We are writing this guideline for these groups that all have a role in implementation of this guideline. Because as I said, when you make a recommendation, you ask someone to do something, or you ask them not to do something. You should also be clear whom you are asking. If I go looking that way and I say, please stand up, whom am I asking? It should be clear whom I'm asking to stand up. So that's the purpose of this question. So clarifying who is the target of recommendations. Okay, maybe, I know some of you have already done this, maybe 3 minutes to finish this domain, and then we go to the next domain. Okay, maybe we can move to the next question. Don't forget to put your marks down. Okay, the third domain is about the rigor of the development. Before we go through this domain, so obviously the guidelines that are in front of you may not be everything that has been done by the team itself. So one of them is published as a paper, and very clearly they've changed the way that they've written the document so that it becomes palatable to the journalists. I mean, when you look at it, you can see that clear. So that might have missed some information there. The other guidelines for ENT are actually selected from a very large book with many chapters of guidelines there. And there are some further information in that book that has not been presented in what you see. But the question is that, so first of all, as a practice, look at what you have in front of you. That becomes a sort of judgment for the practice. But the other issue is that, for example, for us that have seen some of the larger document, and then we selected these elements for the sake of this exercise, there wasn't necessarily everything that you expect to see even in the larger document. So the part of this discussion is also a discussion of how to report, how to write. I remember many years ago, one of the early courses on how to conduct systematic review, I was running, and we were actually putting some real papers of researchers on the course. And then one of the senior researchers, he raised his hand and he said, you know what, I've published so many primary papers, but I never knew these are the things people look at when they want to appraise my paper. So sometimes it's actually, you may have done it, but you haven't recorded it really well. In terms of the transparency of the process and trust in the process, a major part of it is also recording it completely and accurately. So that's also part of it. And that's something that is obviously of attention to the national program in Egypt. Okay, let's go to the questions now. So, was there systematic methods used for the search of evidence? So I don't know, how many of you have conducted a systematic search? We covered this, Nathan, when we discussed systematic review or not? Systematic search, did we cover it? Okay, so then I will say a few words, okay. So how many of you have done a systematic search? Yes, do you mind explaining what does it entail?
When we doing systematic search for systematic review, we have keywords, and we are searching by the keywords through PubMed, Cochrane, Midline, the trusted resources for publications.
So it's a technique. It has methodology, it has specialists. In good systematic review centers around the world, there are actually people whose job is only doing systematic search, because it's technically a complex job, and it affects the whole process. But the minimums are that, let's say I'm dealing with this topic, I look at all my PICOs, I select all the keywords that are in the PICOs, I need to think of the design of the studies I'm looking for systematic reviews. Then I select the elements that would make it possible to find systematic reviews. I'm looking for randomized controlled trials. Again, there are standard searches for randomized controlled trials. I also think of what are other words that other people might use, but I haven't put it in the PICO. Because, for example, for clinical scenarios, one element might have 3, 4, 5 different words, or combinations of words. So you consider all of those, and then certain things you do not want to read. For example, you don't want to look at animal studies. Then you also need to add elements to exclude animal studies so that your time is not wasted on animal studies. So in a way, so it's a technique, and it's an elaborate technique. So if I see a systematic review, and the only thing they tell me is that we did a systematic search, and we looked at these databases, I say, thank you, but I cannot trust that. I really need to see the words you had there. So when we talk of methodology is replicable. And if I see 10 guidelines, and they only, for the all 10 guidelines, they give me one systematic search approach, again, I cannot trust it either. Because the way that our colleague described, for any guideline, you need to adjust your search strategy. You cannot have a search strategy that covers every guideline
in one discipline. So the questions matter, and those affect the search. So anyhow, what we are judging at this stage now, whether sort of systematic reviews, systematic methods were used for search of evidence. So the other thing that might happen at this stage is that the people behind the guidelines say, well, wait a minute, our work is adaptation. We are not developing from scratch. So then the only thing we did was actually we did a good search for finding guidelines, not for evidence. Then again, they need to have explained that. So they should have said, so we use these keywords, we looked at these databases, these are the number of guidelines we identified, and then they continue. So that's how we critically appraise them, et cetera, et cetera. So systematic search is a systematic search. So it should be follow the methodology for search. Not necessarily, no. So I come back to this question in a second.
Even if I am adapting, I have to appraise this guideline. So I need to see in the guideline what methodology has been.
So that becomes follow-up questions.
Yeah.
But at this case, this item on its own is all about the search. So if I was looking for guidelines, did I do it properly? So did I search really for the guidelines that are there? So on the first day of the workshop, I think you were not with us first day. No, the first day of the workshop, this workshop. You were here. Oh, okay. So if you remember, I mentioned when we want to adapt or adopt, sometimes one guideline might address all your needs. So you may start with one guideline and then adapt that guideline to your context. So it's possible. So it doesn't necessarily need to be few guidelines. So. No, this is not a this is actually a practical question, not theoretical. The point is, what you look at is that I have these key questions to address. If one guideline, one good guideline addresses all your questions, then that one good guideline could be adapted to your context. So in a way, it's depending on your needs and also what guideline does for you. So, sure. I mean, English, Arab? Well, I mean, my understanding is that, so in professional organizations is all English, what they have. So, but then if you wanted to make it probably usable to wider audience, then translation to Arabic would be helpful. But that's a decision the country makes. Yeah. Sorry? Patient leaflets should be in Arabic, and that you highlighted. For nurses as well, you think? Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay, we get there. I mean, we are jumping ahead. So we were only on search at this stage. So we go ahead. So then the next question is that, it's clear how they selected the evidence for each one. So I mean, when you search, you find 100 documents. Say if you find 20 systematic reviews. Which one you are selecting? What is your criteria for selecting that? The strengths and limitations of the body of evidence is described. So like the discussion we had about the recommendation in the panel, you remember? And also the discussion that about sort of critically appraising guidelines that Paul gave earlier. So then you discuss the sort of limitations and sort of this, what is missing, what is not missing, the quality of evidence, what is there. The methods for formulating the recommendation are described. So one way that we discussed today was using evidence to decision framework, that we practiced it today. We also discussed how the text of the recommendations should be identified, how you make consent, how do you reach consensus for each recommendations. Those methods are described really well. So there are more questions under this domain. The health benefits, side effects, risk have been considered. Again, you remember the table we had this morning? Discussing the benefit, discussing the risk. Not everybody does it that elaborately, but they should have done it, even if it's a simple term. Saying that, well, I mean, the example of, I'm recommending is, for example, let's say you have a case of TIA, transient ischemic attack, and then you want to prescribe warfarin. as a treatment. So warfarin has a lot of benefit, but it has also major side effects. You cannot just talk about the benefits. You need to also bring the side effects in when you want to recommend it as a treatment or not. The other thing is, this is really important. Can you see the link between the recommendation and evidence? So we found 5 systematic review, and then we have this recommendation. Was this recommendation really addressed by the systematic review? Or whether, so let's say they say we are adapting a guideline developed by WHO. So does their current recommendation relate to what WHO had recommended before or not? It might be a different version of it, adapted version, but the link should be clear, how it changed. So you cannot say, I did all the searches and then we sat together and we wrote our recommendations. So there should be a link between evidence. And lastly, for this section, has the guideline been externally reviewed? So that's why, I mean, for example, in Egypt, the discussion is we have guideline development group for a guideline, but there is a sort of another review groups or a steering committee that look at the process of the work of the guideline itself. In some countries, they actually put it for open discussion for a while. So the draft is actually put on a website. Everybody is invited to see it. People can give you feedback and say, let's say after a month or 3 weeks or whatever, then the committee again sit together. They look at all the feedback and see whether they've missed something, whether they need to adjust the guideline or not. But it may not need that. It could be sort of giving it to another group that was not involved in the development, that have the authority and knowledge to review, to externally review and give feedback to the guideline development group. So these are 7 questions. And maybe you need more time. So, but please, I mean, what is really helpful at this stage is that each question you discuss it with your colleagues as well. So maybe we will have 10 minutes for this, yeah? I mean, 10 minutes is enough? Yeah, okay, very good. Are we ready? 2 minutes? 1 minute? Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay, 2 more minutes. Please try to complete this domain in 2 minutes. Okay, let's move to the next domain. So the first question, the recommendations are specific and unambiguous. So when we talk of the recommendation, we are talking about the sentence that includes the recommendation. So the one sentence or two sentences that cover a recommendation. That means if you haven't read the guideline as a whole, you just reading that sentence, you understand it well. You understand what is asking you to do or not to do. So that's the point it's asking. So the text, you read it, you understand what it's saying. Even if it's telling you, well, we are not sure what the best option is, clear for you what's saying. So that's the clarity of the message you are receiving. No, this is about the recommendation itself. Yeah, the statement of the recommendation. Is the statement of recommendation is clear or not? So that's another matter, whether it's difficult to find a statement of recommendation in the text, but it's asking about the statement itself, this question. The next question is that, has the recommendation considered different options that are there? So different options that might be given. So recommendation might say that you can do this first line, or these 3 medicines can be used for the first line treatment. Alternative, you can do that. Or if it's a health system advice, it might say this is possible, this is not. Are the options, if there are given options and sort of criteria or conditions, are they well described or not? Now the third question, coming back to your question. The third question is that, can you easily find the recommendation in the guideline? So either you have to go pages by pages to find it. Sometimes there are very beautiful guidelines, but in every 10 pages there is one recommendation. But there are guidelines who do it really well. At the first page or second page, they say these are the summary of these are all the recommendations, and then they give you the details after that. So you have it all together. So in a way, it's your judgment to see whether the sort of easily you can identify the recommendations. Okay, maybe 3 minutes for this one. This is an easy, you've probably done it. Yeah. So done? Already done? Shall we move to the next domain? Well, I have a table here who are probably, they've done everything. But anyhow. Shall we move to the next domain, colleagues? Yeah, the next domain. Okay. Let's go to domain 5. This is about applicability. You've done domain 4? Yeah, done? Domain 4 is done? Okay. So this is about the issues related to implementation of a guideline recommendation. So it's telling you, do these issues, these should be done. Have they considered the difficulties that you may encounter in doing the recommendation? Do they give you any applicability elements? Or the things that might help you to implement it better, easier? So that's the question it's asking. The next question is that, so have they given you tools or recommending tools for implementation? Let's, for example, is there some guidelines, they give you recommendation, but they give you also some protocols, saying that these protocols can help the sort of, or maybe a sort of a beautiful diagram. Any tool that help the application of the guideline recommendations in practice. Is there anything like that? Has the resource implications been identified? Resource implication is that, for example, new training for the staff, new computer, maybe access to certain databases or software. Could be about money. Could be about, for example, other material resources that are needed in the process of implementation. Yes, please.
For this specific question, for example, for the kidney transplant guidelines, it's not applicable because we are addressing how to manage a couple who is going for a kidney transplant. So it's not applicable to look for the resource implication in this situation. We're not addressing the setting of a transplant unit. We're addressing how to manage the patient in particular.
Yeah. So I don't know whether colleagues were listening or not, because I mean, our colleague is one of the colleagues who have been involved in one of the guidelines. He's saying that some of these questions were not actually major concerns for us. There were not resource implications there. So in a way, what happens is that, so if it's a situation like this, so ideally the guideline says, so we do not see implementation of this has resource implications because of the nature of it doesn't require, etc., etc. And yourself also, you need to look at the recommendation and judge whether there are resource implications. If you don't find any resource implications, you are not worried about any extra budget needed, and then it's not also identified, so obviously you don't mark it down. So that's for sure, yeah. Again, this question is something that Mehnaz referred to earlier. So does the guideline refer to monitoring, auditing criteria? So give you sort of indicators how to look at implementation, the progress with the guideline.
Regarding question 20, now if the guideline is just giving help to clinicians to decide whether to do surgery or not, or the indications of surgery in certain conditions, here the resource implications, how he will write it. The example is that, for example, in our guideline, it's about tonsillectomy. So it advocates for watching rather than doing surgery right away in healthy children with recurrent throat infections. So what are the resource implications here?
Yeah, I mean, as a note, for example, you may give it high marks, saying that sort of this actually has a potential to even save money. So, for example, if you are implementing it. But in a way, so it's a judgment call, really. You need to look at it. So for me, listening to you, I can't think of a major resource implication rather than training, perhaps. Maybe, for example, if it is about the private clinic, then it takes more your time to convince the mother and father that the surgery is not needed. So that becomes a resource implication. But these are not major resource implications. So, yeah. It's similar to the case we also heard. No, the point is, but I mean, ideally again, you actually, so I mean, this is for how we report the guideline. It's better we say it. We're saying that we are not concerned about resource implication for this because of these elements. Then obviously it's also visible. So people don't need to interpret it, so they can see it themselves. Okay, now we get to the last domain. Ready for the last domain, or do you need time for the previous domain? Madam, do you need time? Yeah. Okay, let's say 3 minutes to finish domain 5 before we go to domain 6. Can you do me a favor? Open my presentation I shared, so this presentation. I can't remember what I do after the domains are finished. I want to see whether I have Okay, let's go to the last domain, editorial independence. I want to be in that photo.
Yes, come. This is, I'll tell you why I'm taking this photo. It's an evidence.
Oh, evidence of what?
2 things.
Okay.
One is
Okay. Okay. Now I participated in a sort of photo to make sure there is a gender balance on the table. Okay, so let's go to the editorial independence, the final domain. This should be also straightforward. So every guideline has a budget from a source. So it's asking the views of the funding body have not influenced the content of the guideline. So let me clarify this a bit. So for example, let's say, in WHO guideline, so we require not only there are WHO staff participating, but there are international experts to come. Often there is a need to conduct new systematic reviews. So you have to pay people to conduct systematic reviews, employ consultants, for example. There are issues related, for example, for the panel members to meet each other once or twice, so that has cost implications. Translation of the report to other languages. So it's not unusual in WHO guidelines that we use a funding from a source. So one of the funders that provides funding for WHO programs might be the funder of a guideline. First of all, we make it very clear this is the funding body. The other thing is that we try very hard to make sure no one from that funding body is involved in the process of guideline development. So they are not part of the consultation process, they are not sitting on the table, they are not part of the panel for decision making. So that's part of it. But on the other hand, we need to also bear in mind the fact that I'm a staff of WHO and I'm involved in the guideline, I'm actually already paid by WHO itself. So there is funding of WHO itself involved in that process. So in WHO, we try to minimize that effect, which is difficult to exclude it totally, is that the members of the guideline development group, the people who vote on recommendations, they are not WHO staff. So WHO staff are supporting. They become sort of, they work on the literature with the team, they provide the question, they support the process, but they are not GDG members. So the GD members are externals. If you are talking a national body, so the Ministry of Health putting the panel, so obviously no external money, you rather to have no external money, especially no money from pharmaceutical companies, anybody that has a conflict of interest. But then on the other hand, there could be money that is coming, for example, from a development partner. So for example, UNICEF or WHO might have interest, provides resources for the development of the guideline. Ministry of Health itself puts money in that process. So when the money that we are discussing here is a public money that is behind the main major issue, the concern is much less than the money is from a private source that has certain position on elements, the others. You see what I mean? Because you cannot totally exclude it. But even in that process, you try to make sure you have a panel that is independent. So I'm not saying this is wrong, but I mean, you try, for example, to avoid to have the Director General of the Ministry of Health as a member of the panel. Because then everybody say, well, the Director General was there, so this is the position of the ministry, not the panel in total. So you bring clinicians with different experience, with different backgrounds, methodologists with different backgrounds from the universities, but none of them are in the position of power that might dominate the discussion. So that, especially if that position of power is linked to the person who is behind the agenda as the main interest group that is there. So the competing interests are well recorded and addressed. So we had that in the mock practice. You remember I made some scenario up for myself to just explain some of those issues. I know in our culture sometimes in our region, it's not easy to report conflict of interest. Often people are not even considered them conflict of interest. So you talk to an academic, you know they have received a funding from a company. You are aware of that. They have received funding from a company to, for example, to renovate their medical ward. They bought new beds there, very good, helping, or they are funding their research colleagues. And then they publish a paper, and then you look at the conflict of interest section saying that conflict of interest, none. You say, how come? Why none? You actually got money to renew your ward. And say, no, that wasn't for this research. It was for the word itself. So they don't recognize it as a conflict of interest. So sometimes it's the reason is people don't realize. This is about, it's like the issue of, so I mean, it's an international joke in a way. So you are sitting on your balcony. I know all of you have good large balconies with beautiful views. So you are sitting in your balcony. Your kid is shouting in the yard. You say, wow, such a beautiful voice my kid has. But then your neighbor, as soon as they start talking loudly, you say, wow, they make so much noise. So the same noise, when it's your children, is music to your ears. When it's the neighbor children, it's annoyance. This is a conflict of interest works most of the time like this. So if you think a company has helped you to make your ward a better thing for the doctor, for the patient, so they've done a good job. Even indirectly, that might affect your view about the processes that are linked to that. That's why when we talk of conflict of interest, we talk about things that are actually, we are not even sure it affects us. So that's one thing. The second thing is that sometimes we are worried saying that, well, I mean, we ask the panel members, but how are we sure they tell us whether they have a conflict of interest or not? On that, I can assure you, people tell you. Why? Who do you select as panel members? People who are prominent, who are recognized, who have a reputation. They are not going to put something in writing and sign it just because to be a member of your panel, which is actually quite a burden to them. A lot of time so if they know they have to write it and sign it, they tell you everything that is needed to be said. So it's actually much easier to implement it in practice than it is feared. So I mean, it works. And I've had personal practices and also in countries that similar culture, very difficult for people. People didn't have any history of doing it at all. They were worried that if you say people will be offended, but then in one session they explain it, why it's important. Everybody listened, and then they asked, can you colleagues please fill in? Everybody filled in. Not a single person refused. Everybody explained, saying that these are my situation. And then as Nathan said in morning session, it doesn't necessarily mean if someone reporting something, they are excluded by virtue of that. So it should become present, become clear. So in a way, now what we are asking about the guideline is that, do they report on that? Do they explain how they asked for it, how they recorded it, and whether it's been well documented or not? Okay, for each of these questions, so I'm not going to stop now. I guess, I mean, this is, you've already done it. Yeah, do you need time, 1 or 2 minutes to, no? Okay. Okay, so for each question we answered 1 to 7. So obviously I said it in the front. Then the issue becomes the domain scores. So basically is that, so you collect the total number for the domain, and this divided by the number of people times by the number of questions. So the total score and then a percentage of that. So it's a standardized mean calculation. So let's say 3 people are voting and there are 3 questions, okay? What is the maximum number that a domain can get? So 3 people, so 21 is for 1 person, but there are 3 people, so that's 63. So the total divided by 63 times 100, so you get the percentage coverage, you see? So if everyone has said 7 to every question, 3 people, 3 times, yeah, absolutely. That's how you calculate it. So the calculation is easy, it's a standardized average. So there is no clear-cut issue whether higher than this is acceptance, lower than this is sort of rejection. It actually gives you a picture. The reason behind the high number or low number are much more important. So then that you discuss why it's having that, and then you go forward.
Can I know the real calculation?
Okay, so which domain are we talking now about? So which domain? Yeah, it's per domain. So the calculation done per domain, we do not do a total calculation. It's only per domain. So per domain, let's say last domain, how many questions do we have in 6 domain? Domain 6? So in domain 1, we have 3, okay? So how many people are you? 4 people. So what is the maximum number you can give totally? So 3 times 7, 21 times 4. So that's the maximum number. And then you collate the maximum number you've given, divided by the maximum number you could have given, times 100. That's become the domain square. So it's standardized percentage for the total number. Yep.
What do you mean by monitoring its implementation?
It's about,
implemented or not?
yes.
The way it's implemented?
Yep. So the question that we have under domain 1, question number, item number 21, issues of the guideline presents monitoring and or auditing criteria. This is whether the guideline gives you some indicators. After you issue the guideline, you want to see whether the guideline being followed or not. So what would be the criteria to be able to understand whether the guideline has been followed or not? So the guideline, so you are indicators, ways of assessing, etc. Yeah.
And is this beneficial for the authors of the guideline?
Yeah, absolutely. Why do you write a guideline? Because you want it to be followed.
But
so how can it?
be followed or not, it's not my
So it's not about your responsibility, but your responsibility to help the other people to be able to do the job properly. So that's why it's put here, so that as a panel, you know that you are thinking about it, you can better think of the indicators, recommend it.
The metric says to evaluate either it's implemented in my institution or not.
Or even nationally. Or no, but the indicator is not just for the institution, it might help the institution, but also help the Ministry of Health. So this is the indicator they know, they can look at it in future and see whether the guideline has made a change or not. They can follow the progress. Okay, so then you've done the domain calculations, then you do some, if some of the domains, the score is low, you have some discussion whether that was something that worries me or not. People are really actively discussing, so this is fun. So, Shabab, I see that you have a very good discussion. Do you want to have the discussion loudly for everyone? You are doing the calculations? Yes. Okay. So colleagues are doing domain calculation. Let's everyone do that. So do the calculation for each domain only separately. If you have question, raise your hand. I'll join you in a second. So 3 more minutes to complete your calculations. Do calculation per domain. Whether the domain is 2 questions or 7 questions, the calculation is done per domain. So do you need explanation?
امتياز يعني.
ده بقى 9 من 36.
Hello? Rash?
Yes.
Colleagues, so now that all you have done domain calculations, the calculation is only done at the level of domains. We don't do a sum up calculation. Why? The reason is because the weight you may give to one domain compared to the other may vary from guideline to guideline. It also depends on what is the reason. Because sometimes, for example, let's say a guideline hasn't given you any resource implications, but you are not worried at all about resource implication for that topic. That topic doesn't have a major resource implication. So although it may score low, but doesn't matter to you. Another guideline that could be very costly, if they haven't discussed resource implication, then you give another small score to that. But then that small score means a lot to you. So in a way, we do the domain calculations only to see how the team is agreeing with each other among the domain. Now for the totality, we go to the final questions. Now let's do that. So you've done the domains, you've done the calculation within each domain, you've discussed among yourselves why this is low, am I worried about this or not, this is important or not, am I missing important elements. Remember also what we discussed in the morning, the source of evidence is a major factor in any case. So then the final questions come forward. The first question is that, from your point of view, what is the overall quality of this guideline? So you've read it, you've discussed it, you've marked it. What do you think about it? Is it a good guideline or not? So that's your first question to answer. And the second question is that, do you recommend it or not? So this is a qualitative, subjective judgment that you make based on those elements. You remember, like the discussion we had for the evidence to decision framework. You look at many things, but in the end, you need to sum up mentally. What would be your recommendation? If you say, so you may say, yes, I recommend this for use. Then you are saying that, well, we can adopt it. This is something that you are going to use. You may say, yes, but with modification. That's the issue of adaptation. So when you say this, you actually need to explain what needs to be adapted. Are you, for example, have you identified evidence gap? So then you would say there is certain evidence gap. We need to look at those evidence issues to identify. Is there a gap in terms of the main PICOs they've covered? So you might have one additional PICO that has not been addressed by the guideline itself. Maybe the PICO they used, the age group of their interest was slightly different from the age group of your interest. So anything that needs to be modified, you highlight it so that it's clear what should be done. And then the last one is that, well, no, this wasn't something that I invest in terms of adapting. Definitely, I don't want to adopt it either. So that's how it works, okay? But then what guides you is not those numbers that you calculated. It's actually the higher thinking. So when we are doing scoring and documenting, this is for getting the attention to details to make sure everything is clear, and then we can make the right decision there. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, we have 6 domains, but one of the domains is the methodology itself used in the research. What if there is a critical flaw or problem in the research conducted? For example, in the ENT for the tonsillectomy, he didn't identify the keywords he used. I can use keywords saying guidelines for tonsillectomy, and I can use or ignore guidelines for treatment of recurrent pharyngitis. And it will totally shift the results. I don't think that it's fair to give this an equal weight to the clarity of the description or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's an important point that you're raising. When we talk of search, we need to consider all the elements. Also, we really don't know what would be the major impact of such a miss, because that also you need to see whether any major evidence will be left out. But theoretically, I agree with you. That's a major issue. Bear in mind, what you saw was a summary guideline that is manageable in a short period of time. So you didn't see all the document behind it. For making the final decision, you really need to consult with the thicker publication that the team has that we didn't give you.
I mean, what if it was right and he ignored a keyword like that?
Yeah.
Should we abolish the whole process? The whole process will be...
Okay, I think again, so you know how would I address it? Personally, if I'm part of your panel, what I would do is that first of all, I raise the issue. I'm really concerned about this because this might mean that I've missed some important body of evidence. Okay? Then I do a quick search myself. So I add the word to the search strategy and see whether any major things coming up. If it came out, then obviously. But if I didn't see anything coming out, so I put it as a caveat and saying that when we do the adaptation, we need to do double check. So that's how, because if the guideline, that's your concern and everything else you are fine, then that's something you can address. Any further questions? Yes, Phyllis. So maybe use the microphone if you have.
The final 2 questions, they should not be always in concordance. For instance, you might have a class 6 or grade 6 guideline in the strength, and still you might recommend with modification or even not recommend of usage because of applicability, generalizability.
I agree.
And others.
I agree. That's correct. So let's say it's a great guideline, but it's not addressing my questions. So, yeah. So you felt it might. You do the assessment. In the end, you get to the point that this is not addressing our PICO questions. So then obviously you may not recommend it. Yeah, that's true. Yes, please. Microphone, if possible.
Could you please explain more what the word yes with modification exactly mean? Is it modification for the authors, or is it modification for us? And if there is a problem with such a guideline, how are we going to do the modification? So
yeah.
I'm a bit confused in this sort of area. Thank you.
No, I mean, it's end of the day, and when you said the modification for authors, I thought of it as a joke. So shall we go and change the authors of the guidelines? So, but the joke aside, the serious question that you have. So the point is, when we talk of yes with modification, we are discussing modification of the content of the guideline, the recommendation. So there are different scenarios. One is that you look at it, you say yes for modification, but the modification you have in mind is that, for example, the guideline is not addressing all the PICO questions you had in mind. So all the PICOs are not included. So then the modification, when you say yes with modification, it's never just a circle around it. It actually needs the text, saying what needs to be modified. So for example, we need to complement this with a specific search related to this PICO that is not covered there. The other modification could be, for example, which is quite common, is that, so let's say, and I mentioned an example like this on the first day. So the guideline you have identified is issued in 2020. It's a good guideline, you really like it, the method, transparency, etc. But it's 2 years ago that they published it. And when you look at the evidence, you see the last search they did was actually in 2021. Now sort of 3 years has passed. You would say we need to do a quick search to see any major systematic review or systematic review of economic evidence has come out in the last 3 years, and then we look at it to assess. The other modification, for example, could be you are aware of certain studies that have been, for example, conducted in Egypt, but they have not been considered there. Or you might have certain setting considerations, applicability considerations, etc. You would say the general body of the guideline is okay, but for adaptation, we need to consider these certain elements and see whether any change in the recommendation is needed. So you highlight those. But it's not about changing their team. So they've done their job. They've released the job. But sometimes they might become part of your new guideline. If, for example, this is a guideline that already a committee from the country has done it, you may invite them in. But when you talk about the modification, it's about what you do as the adapted version of the guideline. So it's about the content of the new one. Oh, thank you. So here and then, Madam.
So we have seen this sort of guidelines. So, and we have said before, as you know, Arash, and we've seen a lot of guidelines before, Egyptian guidelines of the societies and some institutes. So it does believe, I do believe in myself now, this doesn't reach the level of the guidelines. It's a sort of protocols or clinical pathways. So this could be of help after finishing our national guidelines. This can be part of the guideline protocols coming out of the constitution as a guideline. This doesn't reach because not all sectors is involved, for example, in some of those. No methodologist also in this kind, no fund raising something about. So it is kind of protocols. All guidelines now, Egyptian societies guidelines, whatever, it's a kind of how to practice clinical. So it's a part of the protocols, not the level of rational guideline.
I mean, the judgment about this is done in sort of in the national program of Egypt. So but the point is, for example, on ENT1, so when we wanted to select a couple of cases for the exercise today, there are actually many guidelines that the team have done. And you are not going to prioritize all those topics anyhow. So if any of those topics becomes a priority for you, then this is a source of evidence for you to bring in. At least, for example, the sort of ENT specialists and the society, they have sat together and they have agreed on certain statements. while you are doing that, those become help for you, how the format of recommendation can come. It could also show one specialty, how they feel the best way in terms of addressing the problem that you have. So in a way, because it's coming from a national source, it's definitely a source of evidence for you. How you use it and whether you prioritize it is a decision based on the assessment that you make, you bring forward. So in a way, I mean, it's always better to have one than not to have one, especially if you have a good process that it will not be dominated by that process, but you follow the methodology. No, it could be part of, no, I wouldn't do it as a help after finishing. I would make it a help while doing the job. So it would be an input to the process. You become part, when you sit, you say, well, I have this national guideline, there are 2 other guidelines there, and this national guideline probably has been adapted from another guideline that you might have seen. You bring all of those as part of process, you do the process, you can do it more quickly. Colleagues who have been involved, so for example, let's say 10 or 20 people from the society have been involved in that guideline. Probably 2 of them have been the most active. So if you bring those 2 people to the committee, they can actually make it much quicker for you to work. Sure.
If you criticize the PICO in such guidelines, it's one of the basic of the methodology of how to start. So how can I put this throughout my process, and the basic things is not there. So this is what I mean.
The only thing I'm trying not to do, I'm trying not to judge, because I'm not in that position. And to make that, you really need, to be able to do that, you really need to have the full picture, the whole text, etc. If you end up saying that, well, this guideline has not followed any of the processes we have in mind, then obviously I would say put it aside. You will have it, you look at it later on. But if certain elements have been done, and certain elements have been considered, and given that, for example, the guideline, the constituency behind this guideline is actually one of the main constituencies that you are going to deal with the national guidelines, and then obviously I would say it's much better to engage and bring them in and repeat the process. Because who is going to do the next guideline anyhow? Will be similar colleagues. So, Madam?
Considering the overall guideline assessment, how can we give a final, more objective decision, or quantitative rather than qualitative, so we can all agree on?
Why do you think if it's become a number, everybody agrees?
Sorry?
Why do you think when it becomes a number, everybody agrees?
A value rather than a subjective opinion. I mean, read the overall quality of this guideline. We have each domain separately. How can we gather all our opinions in all these domains, in all the committees, in all our committee, so we can get a final objective opinion in any way, numerical or otherwise?
Well, no, numerical, the tool doesn't recommend.
Yes.
I personally, as someone who has done such work for many years of my life, I don't recommend either. Trying to summarize it numerically doesn't help.
It doesn't happen.
It doesn't help. It may actually misguide you, because then the number sort of masks the reason behind the number. It's like a sort of, let's say, I mean, the example we make, so, yeah, I mean, sorry if the example I make is clinically not very valid. Let's say you use PSA, prostatic specific antigen, for prostatic cancer issue, okay? And then you say if the number goes up, the risk of the person having the cancer is higher. If you only judge the number, I mean, if you have probably you are not a urologist, but I mean, if you were, and also if a patient, so the urologists, they use that to follow a certain person.
Yes.
But if a new person comes and give the number on its own doesn't judge there. It depends whether they had surgery before, whether they are under chemotherapy or not, whether there has been a sort of, I mean, if they have confirmed diagnosis, whether it is a sort of metastatic cancer or not. So the interpretation of the number varies a lot compared to the...
Yes.
The same applies here. So the number itself is not what you make you to make the judgment, is that why you are giving that number. And when you are considering to do the why, then use the number only as a guide, not as a sort of threshold decision.
Yes. And then the second committee, the second opinion, will give the final decision.
Not the second committee, it's you. No, it's you. You've done
The
all the
revision.
assessment, you've sort of got to the numbers, you put all your marking there, you've discussed among the committee
Yes.
why you are giving this number or not, and then you individually you say what is your view, again you discuss with each other, you make the conclusion, that's the decision of the committee. Okay. No, it's not a second committee.
Suppose that different members in the committee have different opinions.
Yeah, but then usually when you do appraisal, the different opinions are about details, not overall. So someone might say, well, you gave low mark on this for this reason, but I felt that's good. If it's factual, it's resolved.
So
sometimes
it's discussions, goes with discussion.
Absolutely. Then becomes the issues of what to do next.
Yes, with modifications.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Shukran. Yes, sure, and then.
For updating of an already present national guidelines, for updating purposes, should we assess the previous guideline before updating?
If the national guideline that you are going to update has followed the same methodology that you are applying now, if you don't know, then you need to appraise. Yes, of course, because then you may end up saying that, well, I mean, this has certain gaps that then becomes adaptation rather than updating. When we talk about updating is that you are happy with the methodology of the previous one, you just want to update it. Then you do the appraisal and then you decide whether you want to use it as a source or not, like what we did now. I'm not saying to omit. I say assess and make the decision there. So it's not a sort of black and white decision.
But the decision maybe...
So no, then my question to you, why are you considering that guideline at all?
Because it is nationally already applied for many of years.
Okay, so that's a good reason. Then you do appraisal. If it's a guideline that's important, that is already there, it's guideline published, then you bring it forward as a source of evidence. You don't discard it. You don't start from scratch. Yes. Yeah, so that's the point. Yeah, but it's not called updating. Because updating, as I said, updating is that you issue your guideline now today, 3 days later, 2 years later, and tomorrow Nathan will talk about some of the new approaches in the WHO has been currently discussed in terms of updating. But one of the criteria for the guideline is that it should be clear when and how the update is going to happen. But updating is that in the main methodologies hasn't changed. The main thing, so details change obviously. But
guidelines, we have already the national TB clinical guidelines in Egypt, okay? Then we want to update it, by which I mean to add the TB with COVID-19, this after evolving of the COVID-19 situation. Is it called updating?
No. I mean, I have, both Paul and Nathan, both of them have a communicable disease specialty, so they can advise much better than me on that. But the point is, to me, TB with COVID is not an update, it's actually a new question. It's a totally new question that to address. So yeah, of course, then it becomes amendment. But that in a way you have a totally new picture. Was I right, or did I make a wrong call? Okay, so Paul is a sort of a pure methodologist, so he's very careful.
What was the question? I mean, not that I wasn't listening.
Trust you.
Yeah, yes, I know. So it's whether, in the light of COVID.
So there is a guideline for TB, national guideline for management of TB. So the question is that when TB happening in the context of someone having COVID or COVID with TB, whatever. So with that question, if you want to update it, is that an update? I said from my point of view, that's a new PICO. It's not.
Yeah, I think it's a new question. It's a focused question. It would be an amendment to the main guideline in some way. It would be around 2 or 3 aspects of care, and it would be an addition to the existing.
Yeah.
It wouldn't
becomes
overturn
amendment
anything.
rather than an update.
Yeah, so it's not really an updating, because an updating means going back over the previous recommendations. Of course, if recommendations have been solidly made in an existing guideline, and you have an existing guideline covering a topic, when it comes to updating, you would not update everything, you would go through the guideline and consider which areas needed updating in the preparatory panel beforehand. You would say which areas have things changed in, either in relation to the patient population, in terms of the technology or new drugs that have come in, or even new ideas and new debates that have come up.
Many thanks indeed. So, Nathan?
Sorry, just to add that it's obviously depending on the considerations of what might be different with co-infection. So it could be considering drug-drug interactions of the main therapeutics for treatment of SARS-CoV-2 and TB treatment, or it could be about infection control with transmission dynamics. But of course, one would need to be very clear and specific, because in general, there could be a question about updating every single guideline with respect to SARS-CoV-2 infection, given how many people are ultimately infected with the virus. But it wouldn't be possible or necessary to have a whole set of guidelines just for the co-infected individuals across all disease areas. So it needs to be thought through very carefully about what do we know that would be different in a co-infection situation compared to mono-infection. I can tell you in WHO, for our HIV guidelines, we haven't made any new guidelines for co-infection of HIV and SARS-CoV-2. What we have done is we've published a document on key considerations. So there's no new recommendations, but there are considerations that clinicians and other providers need to be aware of.
I guess for TB, given that now new evidence of new regimen has come up, you have other good reasons to think of updating if it hasn't been done. So.
But the common question is that most of the time the methodology is not clear.
No, but I mean, no, sure. I mean, but the answer to that is similar to what we said. My main point is that most of the, for TB in particular, most of the global, most countries do the same thing. And most of that is based on WHO guideline anyhow. So countries call them national guideline, but usually it's based on what WHO has recommended. So in a way you can say, I don't want to check that again. I look at what's coming further and then go for something like TB management that, I mean, has a sort of coherent global picture, more or less.
I just want to emphasize that we have to make use of any guidelines that have been developed here in Egypt, rather than to start from scratch. Even if these guidelines are not of good quality, you can do adaptation, and you can involve the staff who has produced this guideline in the adaptation process also, because beware that during implementation, if you say this guideline is bad and we are not going to use it, some of the staff who has produced this guideline will oppose your guideline during implementation. Implementation is a very difficult process, and you have to earn most of the staff in Egypt.
Okay, so we are close to the close of the day. So I'm not saying that we are there. So anything further? So colleagues, Mehnaz, Riham, Malika, Paul, Nathan, do we have anything else to discuss? Okay. So Nathan has a very, very good question. He's a very democratic chair, as you saw today. The question is, so for tomorrow, the question is, what do you want to be the focus, the further focus of discussion? Any topic you want to highlight? So it's a bit, the day is a bit more relaxed in terms of timing. So there is a chance that Nathan and Paul to to adapt what they are going to talk to tomorrow. So any topic you want to highlight, please raise. Yes, please. So maybe, do you want to moderate this discussion?
So it was, we had the thought that tomorrow's agenda is quite light, and there are areas in the agenda that we can make more efficient. In case any of you would like to spend more time on anything that we've touched so far. So if there are any areas that were either not clear or insufficiently clear, or you would like to discuss in more detail, we would be happy to hear about that. And we're asking now so that we have the evening to prepare and try and put some things together for tomorrow. So we already have one hand up.
Okay, more application examples.
Of the evidence to decision table?
Yes, yes.
Actually, I have the same here. I'm here. Yes. Okay. Thank you for this last session, because I feel it is very beneficial for the work. That's what we are going to do, just to appraise the guidelines. So today's examples most of them were not the right one or the ideal one. We would like to have an ideal one to see what to fill in the gaps, what should be written in the methodology, what should be in the audit process and the re-evaluation and so on. An ideal guideline to appraise, to pick the points. Thank you.
I think this is a key point, but probably not for tomorrow change. The point is, let's say, we've discussed a lot of the programs. The national plan is going ahead. So when the cases of new, let's say, I don't know how many, we don't have Dr. Fawzi with us, but maybe Dr. Murad will tell us already. So let's say few guidelines are going to, in parallel, start working. After the committee has sat together, agreed on the scope and PICO, and they identified guidelines as a sort of source of adaptation, then there could be a specific workshop organized that also becomes part of the training, retraining again of all the members of the committee. So the real members of the real committee for the real topic, doing some of these exercises together. So that becomes sort of learning by doing. So that would be really good to do. So that could be something, I'm sure Dr. Naima is there to help you at any step of that. Yeah.
So in a way, we've been explaining the methods to you and the principles behind the methods. But guidelines look very different even within WHO across a whole range of topics. Some of them are huge with many recommendations. Some of them are quite short with only 1 or 2 recommendations. And it depends on what the question is, what the group is, and so on. And at country level, we may show some examples tomorrow, but we'll show the example of the India COVID guidelines because they're very recent. The shape of those looks very different to the India guidelines for TB because it was a slightly different purpose. They had a manual involved. So I don't think there's any immediate blueprint, but I do understand the need to have a look at a variety of models, but ultimately it's best to shape your own around the questions and the areas and where you want to go as part of a development process. But we can certainly show some examples to give you an idea of the range.
No, so we will have a think on what we've heard, and if anyone has subsequent thoughts about what they would like to talk more about tomorrow, it could either be communicated to WHO colleagues in the who you know in the country during the evening, or we do it on the spot tomorrow. But we're not looking desperately to fill up the time. Otherwise, we already have an agenda that we can continue with. But it was just to give you the opportunity to use our presence while we're still here. So, Dr. Arash, I think that does conclude today's session. Is that correct? I think we've got through the agenda for today.
Yes, we did. I think it was actually a great 2 exercises. We did some really good work today, and yeah, I think it's the end of the day. We took the points that are for consideration for tomorrow, right? So yes, that's great. Thank you all so much, and let's get our lunches, and then we look forward to tomorrow. Yeah. The early dinner. Thank you so much.
هو بالنسبه لنا افيد يعني او يعني هيبقى معاك